Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST-PCAARRD, and the University of the Philippines, Los Baños are proud to bring you the science, technology, and innovation to safeguard land, water, and biodiversity, a national policy forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach to land use and development planning in commemoration of DOST-PCAARRD's 12th anniversary. Before we start, may I request everyone to rise and let us take a few moments of silence for our personal prayers. Please remain standing for the Philippine National Anthem. Relax as we unfold today's forum that marks the 12th anniversary of DOST-PCAARRD. Hosting today's activity is a UPLB assistant professor specializing in journalism studies and risk communication and teaches participatory and science journalism courses. Let us all welcome our host, Assistant Professor Aletheia C. Araneta.
I'm Thea, and it's my pleasure and honor to lay the course of the Science, Technology, and Innovation to Safeguard Land, Water, and Biodiversity, a national policy forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach to land use and development planning in commemoration of DOST-PCAARRD's 12th anniversary. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our participants, those who are here at PICC, and of course, those who are online via Zoom and Facebook. So here we will be thanking our guests. We will be enumerating those who are celebrating with us. We have Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, Caucus of Development NGO Networks, or CODE NGO, Climate Change Commission, Department of Agriculture National Convergence Initiative for Sustainable Rural Development, Department of Environment and Natural Resources River Basin Coordinating Office. If you are here, you can clap, okay? So we acknowledge that you're here. Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Yon. Department of Interior and Local Government. Department of Public Works and Highways. Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development. Dami. Department of Trade and Industry, Board of Investments. Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in the Philippines. Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Fostering Education and Environment for Development, or FEED Incorporated. The Laguna Lake Development Authority. League of Cities of the Philippines. Local Government Unit of Bangar, La Union. Local Government Unit of Liliw, Laguna. Local Government Unit Los Baños, Laguna. Local Government Unit San Gabriel, La Union. National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. National Irrigation Administration, or NIA. Office of Civil Defense. Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office of Laguna. The Provincial Government Environment and Natural Resources Office. Provincial Government of La Union. Provincial Planning and Development Coordinator's Office of Laguna. University of the Philippines, Los Baños. UPLB College of Forestry and Natural Resources, and UPLB College of Human Ecology. All right, thank you everyone who clapped for everyone. So now to officially welcome us to this National Policy Forum, representing the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Dr. Jose V. Camacho Jr., is Dr. Rico C. Angcog, the Dean of the School of Environmental Science and Management, UPLB.
To the Department of Science and Technology, Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Lea Bandia, ma'am, good morning po. To the Executive Director of PCARRD, Dr. Ray Iborra, sir. And of course, to the Deputy Executive Director, Dr. Melvin Carlos, sir. Our distinguished speakers, NAST academician and UPLB Professor Emeritus, Dr. Rex Victor Cruz, sir. The Executive Director of the River Basin Control Office under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we have Director Nelson Gorospe. Sir, good morning. The Division Chief of the Environment and Land Use Policies Division under the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Mr. Mick Ivan Sumilang. Director of the Bureau of Local Government Development under the Department of Interior and Local Government, Ms. Annalisa Bunagua. And the Dean of the UPLB College of Human Ecology, Dr. Ricardo Sandalo. To the Vice Mayor of San Gabriel, La Union, Honorable Ramolito Ginoma. Representatives from the national government agencies, non-government and international organizations, and the academe, the local and provincial planners, our online participants, local and provincial planners, and everyone joining us in today's forum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very much pleased to share Chancellor Camacho's message for DOST-PCAARRD and UPLB's National Policy Forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach to land use and development planning, updating the CLUP and PDPFP. Over the past decades, our country has undergone changes in the climate and has experienced the proliferation of extreme weather events. And even now, we continue to experience heat that has been reaching dangerous levels while typhoons become more frequent and highly intensified. Among others, this is the rationale behind the Ridge-to-Reef or the Watershed Ecosystem Management or the R2R WEM approach, which offers a timely solution to the harsh effects of climate change. The primary goal of RTR approach is to promote the sustainability and the integrity of the ecosystems within the Ridge-to-Reef unit, such as watersheds. The R2R approach requires horizontal as well as the vertical integration in land use and development planning and implementation, and thus encourages collaboration among provincial and the local government units along with the national government agencies. Truly, collaboration is very essential for us to then ensure resiliency and sustainability of our watersheds and ecosystems, which will enable us to achieve resilient and sustainable development for the Filipino people. Thus, this National Policy Forum aims to identify key issues and concerns in the application of R2R or WEM approach, and then will serve as a venue for the exchange of ideas and experiences among different stakeholders. I look forward to seeing a number of insights and the plans of actions that will be produced during this event. As this National Policy Forum is also held in commemoration of PCARRD's 12th anniversary, we at UPLB congratulate you in achieving and assure you of our continued support in achieving research and development initiatives in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector, and in promoting science and technology-based policies, plans, programs, projects, and the strategies. As a sectoral council involved in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector, DOST-PCAARRD has had a long history of partnership and collaboration with UPLB. This National Policy Forum is a testament to their commitment to seeing the robust application of the R2R WEM approach to land use development and planning. With this, may this forum further strengthen our partnership, and may we continue to work together in a number of years to come. Muli po, maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Angkog, for delivering the message on behalf of Chancellor Camacho. And now, to give us her message, let us warmly welcome the DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Lea J. Buendia.
Good morning, everyone. To DOST Secretary Renato Solidum, who will be with us virtually. DOST-PCAARRD Executive Director, my former boss, Dr. Reynaldo Ebora. Of course, UPLB Chancellor, Dr. Jose Camacho, but hereby represented by Dr. Angkog, Dr. Rex Cruz, former Chancellor, all the local government units who are present and represented today, our guest speakers, participants from NGA, LGUs, civil society organizations, lawmakers, and even our media partners, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. It's a great pleasure to welcome all participants to this event with the theme Science, Technology, and Innovation to Safeguard Land, Water, and Biodiversity, a National Policy Forum on the Ridge-to-Reef Approach to Land Use and Development Planning, which is a commemoration as well of the DOST-PCAARRD 12th anniversary pursuant to Executive Order 366 on June 22, 2011. But of course, PCAARRD has been there since 1972. Since the establishment, the Council has achieved significant outcomes as a result of developing and advancing and advocating both technological and policy solutions for the AANR sector. We make sure that the solutions we offer address pressing challenges to productivity, profitability, resource management, among others. It cannot be emphasized enough how crucial the role of the DOST-PCAARRD is in advancing STI initiatives for sustainable utilization and management of our land and water resources. With over 500 ongoing programs and projects It ensures that all these initiatives align with the DOST's 11-point agenda, which includes the conduct of research and development to boost productivity and enhance resource management. Notably, the Council has provided support for various projects and programs related to the management and protection of watersheds, biodiversity, corals, and efforts to mitigate climate change risks. Specifically, its priorities include conservation and protection of the Philippines' terrestrial flora and fauna, sustainable management of lakes and rivers, conservation and management of marine genetics, species and ecosystem diversity, enhancement of reef management in the country, development of standardized procedures for watershed characterization, improvement of watershed governance through integration of science-based decision-making, and a lot more. All of these interventions are indeed a testament of our dedication to improving efficiency and productivity in agricultural and aquatic production, while at the same time safeguarding our natural resources. Today, as we celebrate the anniversary of DOST-PCAARRD, we will discuss how STI plays a vital role in safeguarding our land, water, and biodiversity. In particular, we will tackle the importance of adopting a Ridge-to-Reef approach or watershed-based approach in land use planning to prevent the degradation of watersheds, water and land resources, as well as mitigate risks such as flooding, landslides, and water scarcity, while promoting sustainable economic growth at the local and national levels. This National Policy Forum aims to provide a deeper understanding of the Ridge-to-Reef approach and facilitate discussions to develop strategies for integrating this principle into national development and land use planning. We thank our speakers, Dr. Dean Ricardo Sandalo of UPLB College of Human Ecology, SPE of the DNR, Environmental Planner Mike Ivan Sumilang of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, and Director Annalisa Bonagua of the Department of Interior and Local Government for giving their time and their valuable knowledge towards this event today. Your insights on the subject matter will be very valuable in achieving the goal of this event. We also invite everyone to actively participate, listen, and share ideas on how to advance and maximize STI's potential in safeguarding our land, water, and biodiversity. Before I end, I would like to recommend and commend DOST-PCAARRD Executive Director Dr. Ray Ebora and the rest of the DOST-PCAARRD for yet another year of remarkable achievements and unwavering dedication to advancing research and development in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sectors. Your efforts and commitment have undoubtedly contributed to the growth and progress of the entire AANR sector. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our partners in organizing today's event, the University of the Philippines Los Baños, led by Chancellor Jose Camacho Jr. and his team, who is represented here by Dr. Angkog, together with Dean Marlo Mendoza and the project team led by Dr. Vida Carandang and Dr. Rex Victor Cruz. With this, we would like to congratulate the DOST-PCAARRD and UPLB for this event, and we wish this forum great success. Have a pleasant day for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusek Buendia. Now, to give us a bird's eye view of the forum and the importance of safeguarding the Philippines' rich land, water, and biodiversity, here is the Executive Director of DOST-PCAARRD, Dr. Reynaldo V. Ebora.
Department of Science and Technology Undersecretary for R&D, Dr. Leah Buendia. University of the Philippines, Los Baños Chancellor Jose Camacho, represented by Dr. Rico Angcog, the Dean of the School of Environmental Science and Management. UPLB College of Forestry and Natural Resources Dean Marlo Mendoza, Dr. Bida Carandang of UPLB CFNR, our esteemed speakers, Dr. Rex Corpus, Dr. Ricardo Sandalo, Forester Nelson Gorospe, Environmental Planner Mick Ivan Sumilang, Director Ana Lisa Bunagua, my colleagues from PCARRD, distinguished guests and valued participants, a pleasant morning to all of you. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. First, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the UPLB Watershed Integrated Area Land Use Planning, or WILAP team, led by Dr. Bida Carandang and Dr. Rex Cruz, for organizing this national forum in commemoration of the 12th anniversary of DOST Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, or DOST-PCAARRD. As we celebrate our 12th anniversary, DOST-PCAARRD is delighted to organize and conduct its first national forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach. We have carefully selected this topic to commemorate our anniversary by virtue of Executive Order number 366 on June 22, 2011, as it brilliantly highlights the significance of consolidating the DOST councils dedicated to agriculture and forestry, the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Forestry, and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PCARRD with single A, and one focus on aquatic and marine resources, the Philippine Council for Aquatic and Marine Research and Development, or PCAMRD. DOST-PCAARRD's history, beyond the change in acronyms, exhibits its ever-evolving and dynamic role in the Philippine agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector. Our expanding sectoral coverage serves as a poignant reminder of the interdependencies and interconnectedness that exist between these vital sectors. Just as the blue industries rely on the green industries and the green relies on the blue, our understanding of this symbiotic relationship fuels our commitment to their harmonious coexistence. Our land, water, and biodiversity unarguably provide us with indispensable services, from provisioning, regulating, supporting, to socio-cultural. However, these services are significantly impacted by activities in various ecosystems. For instance, land-based activities not only affect services provided by agricultural and forest ecosystems, but also have consequences for marine and aquatic ecosystem services. Industrial and agricultural activities can contribute to water pollution, which harms marine ecosystems. Urbanization and changes in land use may degrade water quality and supply. Similarly, marine and aquatic activities impact agriculture and forest ecosystem services. Aquaculture and coastal-based industries can reduce quality and availability of water essential for agricultural activities. Greenhouse gas emissions from maritime-based transportation and activities contribute to climate change and affect temperature and precipitation patterns, which are crucial for preserving forest ecosystems and biodiversity. The interdependencies between terrestrial, inland water, coastal, and marine ecosystems, or the interconnectedness of the ridges of our mountains and the reefs of our seas, necessitate the use of a highly integrated approach that takes into account the trade-offs among the various ecosystem services and activities towards attainable or sustainable development and growth of the country. The Council has directed strategic efforts in harmonizing the agenda in the AANR sector toward national development. We recognize the importance of the Ridge-to-Reef approach, and we are committed to supporting its implementation for a more comprehensive and coordinated land use and development planning. In 2017, the Council funded the project titled Policy Studies and Development to Promote the Resiliency of Philippine Watersheds, led by Dr. Rex Cruz. The results showed that while there are existing laws and regulations, land use plans remain fragmented. To address the problems identified by the policy study, DOST-PCAARRD is supporting Dr. Bida Carandang's ongoing policy advocacy project, which promotes the robust implementation of the Ridge-to-Reef approach from local to national level. The framework holistically accounts for the protection of ecosystems on land and water, improvement of ecosystem services, support for livelihoods, and the development of the economy. With the increasing competition for the use of land, water, and natural resources, and the growing threat to their sustainable use, it is high time for the Ridge-to-Reef approach to be adapted for land use and development planning. May this forum serve as a platform for us to increase the public's understanding and appreciation of the Ridge-to-Reef approach, to share knowledge and experiences, and to identify policies and institutional actions. The collaboration of key stakeholders from various sectors will also be crucial in the success of this advocacy. We look forward to fruitful discussion and strengthening partnerships in the implementation of the Ridge-to-Reach approach and toward economic development and environmental sustainability. Once again, good morning and thank you for celebrating DOST-PCAARRD's 12th anniversary with us. Magandang umaga pong muli sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iborra. Our keynote speaker for today rose from the ranks within DOST for the past 38 years. He started his professional career at the DOST Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PHIVOLCS, in 1984, after graduating with a BS in Geology degree from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, the same year. He pursued his MS in Geological Sciences at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and his PhD in Earth Sciences from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego. In recognition of his contributions to disaster risk reduction and government service, he has been awarded the Presidential Citation for Public Service, the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Award by the Civil Service Commission, the Professional of the Year in the field of geology by the Professional Regulation Commission, the Excellence Award for Government Service by the Philippine Federation of Professional Associations, and the Presidential Career Executive Service Award by the Career Executive Service Board. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Renato U. Solidum Jr.
Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, DOST-PCAARRD Executive Director Reynaldo Iborra, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. And better of outstanding achievements and excellence in providing science and technology solutions in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sectors. Throughout the years, the Department of Science and Technology has been committed to leveraging science, technology, and innovation, STI, for higher productivity and better quality of life. As part of the commitment, we have consistently strived to ensure that our STI initiatives contribute to the sustainable management of our land, water, and biodiversity. While it is understandable that we have made significant progress, we humbly acknowledge that there is still work to be done due to persistent threats and drivers of change. The Philippines, like many other developing countries, faces a number of issues, including exposure to climate change and meteorological and geological hazards, and vulnerability of ecosystems. We also continue to face challenges related to unregulated land use and land conversion. As our population grows, the demand for spaces for agriculture, urbanization, and other activities increases, which, if unchecked, will result in continuous exploitation of our natural resources. The adverse effects of these land activities extend to the waters in our watersheds and seas. In addition to land use, cover conversion, and water pollution, which affects water supply and quality, our coastal and marine ecosystems face issues on declining fish stocks and consequently livelihoods of Filipinos. The prevalent degradation of land, water, and biodiversity can be attributed to the fragmentation of regulations in managing and developing land use plans across local government units and with provincial, regional, and national plans. Now the question at hand is, how can we address these challenges? What is the role of STI in safeguarding land, water, and biodiversity? First, we align our agenda and direction with national, international frameworks and agreements to which our country is committed. These include the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, the National Economic and Development Authority's Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, and Ambisyon Natin 2040, the National Academy of Science and Technology NAST Pagtanaw 2050, and the Ridge-to-Reef Watershed Ecosystem Management R2R WEM approach. Our work towards fostering innovation and providing world-class STI solutions is consistent with the innovation targets under SDG 9, or Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, SDG 14, or Life Below Water, and SDG 15, or Life on Land, which both promote the protection, conservation, and sustainable use of resources. In terms of national goals, the DOST provides leadership in strengthening STI-based efforts aligned with the NEDA PDP 2023 to 2028 and the Ambisyon Natin 2040. We aim not only to increase technology generation and utilization and achieve productivity and efficiency, but also in ensuring the sustainable management and development of our natural resources. In operationalizing these goals, we supported the Pagtanaw 2050, which is the country's first STI foresight document. Pagtanaw 2050 aims to operationalize 12 key areas, including water, climate change, and the blue economy. Indeed, as an archipelagic nation, encompassed and interconnected by diverse marine, coastal, and terrestrial ecosystems, it is crucial for the country to take a holistic approach and navigate the complexities involved to maximize the potential of these ecosystems towards our growth and development. To put a holistic approach into action, the DOST supports the Ridge-to-Reef Watershed Ecosystem Management approach, which is a comprehensive and holistic strategy for the sustainable management and development of land, water, biodiversity, and other precious natural resources. This approach places great emphasis on recognizing and understanding the intricate connections that exist within a watershed ecosystem. By adopting this STI-based approach to planning and policymaking, we are fostering a development that is sustainable and holistic. Here, we present a summary of the key domains where the R2R WEM approach proves valuable in the realm of development planning. Long-term monitoring and assessment of damages of ecosystems, its condition and extent. Watersheds serve as a natural boundary for measuring and monitoring environmental services. It becomes easier to quantify and measure the many services offered by the ecosystems within the watershed by focusing on a specific geographic area. This assessment provides useful information about the current state of ecosystem services, trends, and potential risks. By adopting an R2R perspective, which is largely an SNT-based approach, we can delve into the dynamics and interaction among these ecosystems and the services they provide. We can identify the threats, challenges, and problems encountered by our ecosystems and resources, as well as the factors responsible for these issues within the watershed. The data and information gathered are valuable in informing strategies to effectively manage and protect these resources. Information gathered contributes to the development of biodiversity databases, aiding in the conservation and sustainable management of biological resources. The DOST-PCAARRD has been implementing and supporting programs and projects amounting to over 400 million pesos since 2015 on resource inventory and biodiversity assessments, the establishment of databases and information systems, and ecosystem accounting and valuation, among others, with Watershed as the starting unit of analysis. Some of these programs and projects are focused on the West Philippine Sea, Pantabangan Karanglan Watershed Forest Reserve, Mount Malindang Range Natural Park, Misamis Occidental, and Bataan National Park. There are also recent resource inventory and assessments of plant and animal diversity and community structure in the epigeic region of forest and limestone in selected municipalities of Samar Island, and sea cucumber inventory and assessment, among others. Integrated ecosystem at the level of watershed enables integrated planning that takes multiple development objectives and trade-offs into account. It allows for the creation of strategies that balance the needs of several sectors such as agriculture, water supply, energy, and conservation that are in sync across all local government units within the watershed. Integrated planning guarantees that actions done to protect an ecosystem does not inadvertently compromise the others. The watershed-based integrated area land use planning is a great example of a science-based land use and development planning tool that promotes Ridge-to-Reef framework. Pilot tested in selected local government units through a DOST-PCAARRD funded project, the WILUP is anticipated to aid local governments to craft holistic sectoral plans which will ultimately lead to more targeted development interventions addressing local needs. Enhancing disaster risk reduction, prevention, and mitigation. The Ridge-to-Reef approach recognizes the importance of health and interconnectedness of ecosystems in reducing disaster risk. Using the Ridge-to-Reef strategy necessitates extensive hazard evaluation and mapping, understanding that what happens in the upland gravely affects the downstream communities leads to a crucial scoping and identification of which subsystems to look into. This includes determining vulnerable areas, recognizing potential threats, and analyzing communities and ecosystems vulnerability. With this information, stakeholders may address the root causes of vulnerability, improve ecosystem resilience, and encourage disaster-resilient development strategies. Optimizing land, water, and other resource use. Adopting a Ridge-to-Reef perspective necessitates technologies that optimize land and resource use. Over the years, the DOST-PCAARRD has initiatives on assessing optimal resource utilization, developing and promoting sustainable technologies and practices that takes into consideration the R2R-WEM principles. These include programs on smarter approaches to reinvigorate agriculture as an industry in the Philippines, or Project Saray, particularly smarter technologies for crop water management and development and utilization of automated furrow irrigation system. There are also initiatives on supporting the restoration of marine and forest ecosystems, protecting endangered species and ecosystem diversity, mitigating climate change-related risks, among others. In protecting marine and aquatic ecosystems, the Council supported projects on assessment and mobilization of research initiatives on Philippine marine mammal improving resilience and enhancing biomass accumulation in the Upper Reef Natural Park, application of iodine-129 in corals and historical recorder of human nuclear activities, development of hazard detection and mitigation tools for algal bloom in a changing environment, and study of soft corals in degraded and pristine sites. The Council also supports the development and utilization of tools that can be used to easily monitor resources and make informed decisions such as decision support systems, remote sensing, among others. Moreover, formulating and advocating protocols, framework, and policies on the sustainable management and utilization of these resources has been one of the priorities of the Council. Apart from the WILUP project, examples of these are advocacy project on Laguna Lake ecotourism management, developing decision support system for San Pablo Seven Lakes, development of payment for ecosystem mechanism for improved water supply in the Barobo watershed, and formulating a national implementation and institutionalization protocol for water ecosystem services. Encouraging shared and collaborative leadership. Watershed-based management seeks to inspire collaboration among diverse stakeholders, including government agencies, local communities, non-government organizations, and private groups. Because watersheds frequently span many government and land ownerships, collaborating among stakeholders is critical for effective management. It is feasible to build inclusive and participatory technologies that take into account multiple viewpoints and local knowledge by incorporating different actors in the planning and decision-making process. The integration of STI knowledge tools and solutions into our local and national development plans and programs is key to successfully safeguarding our land, water, and biodiversity. And that is what we are doing today, incorporating the Ridge-to-Reef approach into our land use and development planning. With this knowledge and understanding, our goal is to efficiently manage not only the land resources, but also the interconnected ecosystems, and to engage our stakeholders to join us and take action. This would also enable the development of synchronized strategies across local government units within the watershed, effectively balancing the diverse needs of sectors like agriculture, water supply, energy, and conservation. By adopting Ridge-to-Reef approach, the entire DOST, together with our partners, are making significant progress towards attaining the SDGs objective of preserving life on land and below water. The PDP's goal of building resilient communities and ecosystems, the Pagtanaw vision of archipelagic and maritime-based development, and a better quality of life for Filipinos. Maraming salamat at mabuhay.
I would also like to thank all our distinguished speakers during this morning's opening ceremony. Thank you po. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. At this point, we'd also like to present to you the resource persons and the rest of the speakers for today's event. So while they are collecting the videos for that, again, we'd like to thank our opening ceremony guest speakers. We would like to show you a slide of the guest speakers this morning to energize us and for us to be expectant of this morning's ceremony.
O. Cruz.
Thank you very much. Magandang gabi. Mukhang inaantok na ako. Kulang sa tulog. Anyway, good morning to everyone. And at this point, overview lang yung sa akin, but then I still want to extend my personal greetings to our guests dito sa ating forum na ito, beginning with Yusek Lea Buendia, who already left, you know. Balitaan ko birthday pala niya eh, no. Hindi natin nahinga ng blowout. But anyway, we thank Yusek Lea for spending a few moments of his time with us. And then, of course, greetings to Executive Director of PCARRD, Dr. Ray Iborra, DED, Dr. Melvin Carlos, and the rest of the PCARRD officials who are here with us. And I'd like to recognize also Director Nelson Gorospe of RBCO DNR, Ms. Director Ana Lisa Bonagua of DILG, Mr. Ivan Sumilang of LOPP, the Sud, and also Dean Rico Angcog representing the Chancellor, Dr. Ricky Sandalodin of College of Human Ecology, UPLB, and then Dean Marlo Mendoza of College of Forestry and Natural Resources, who will join us later. And of course, I'd like to recognize our friends from San Gabriel La Union, who are in table 9, you know, right there. So welcome to them, and also our representatives from Los Baños LGU. Yeah, they're there in table number 12. And of course, our guests from different national government agencies and other organizations. Thank you very much, and greetings to all of you. Now, this national forum is a timely policy forum, you know, as we are riding on the opportunities that are happening around us in relation to the use of our land resources and other resources therein. And we know that for the longest time, the use of our land resources have been very challenging and problematic. And yet now we're seeing that the government and concerned agencies are now moving towards a common direction of trying to address the problems of land resource use through integrated approaches. And this is something that we have, that we started to recognize, you know, in the early 90s, you know, where we saw that an integrated efforts of not only the government agencies but of all the other stakeholders, you know, is needed if we are to succeed in addressing the challenges of land use resource management. And hence, this National Policy Forum is a forum that tries to contribute towards that effort, you know. And we know that in the HLURB guidebook, I believe Ivan, you know, will mention that in his presentation of 2013. You know, there was a very explicit provision on the use of Ridge-to-Reef Watershed Ecosystem Management Framework. You know, you can check out Chapter 4, where you will see there the provision for the use of watershed as a planning unit, you know, in the preparation of CLUP. And then there is, of course, the recently signed joint memorandum circular, you know, of the SUD, NEDA, and the DILG on the interim guidelines on the preparation of Provincial Development Physical Framework Plan. And that plan is soon to be updated, and the updated version of that guidelines later, you know, which is now being worked on by the three agencies. And you know, we will see that a Ridge-to-Reef approach will also form a prominent part of the provision of that revised guidelines. But there are other declarations, of not only national government agencies but also of international conventions, like UNCCD, UNCBD, UNEP, that has already proclaimed that there is a need for us to integrate the way we use our land and other natural resources, and hence, we see that there is great hope for us, as I said, there has been significant policy commitments already on the part of government, to move towards the integrated use of land and other natural resources. And so this National Policy Forum, is aimed at, discussing the different issues and concerns on how we can facilitate the robust implementation of integrated approaches, particularly the Ridge-to-Reef, Watershed Ecosystem Management approach, as this is something that I'd like to believe that the government has already decided, as the best way forward, in developing our land use and development plans. And I thank the support of PCARRD, DOST, for holding this national policy forum, which will hopefully, generate information, and actions, that will be the building blocks, on how we can improve, the use of Ridge-to-Reef approach in land use planning, particularly in the development of provincial development framework plan. And as you already saw, there are 5 presentations for this morning, and you saw already your speakers. And we hope that after the presentations this morning, you will stay with us, because the more important part of the forum is in the afternoon, which is the open forum, that will be where we will discuss among ourselves the different issues and concerns, in the use of Ridge-to-Reef approach to land use and development planning. So again, as I'd like to emphasize, I really hope that you will stay around, even after the 5 presentations have been done this morning, because we need your thoughts, we need your experiences, we need your ideas, in our discussion this afternoon. Okay, and towards the end of our forum today, we will have, we will share with you, or we will send around the different tables a sort of a declaration of support. If you feel strongly that you can support the declaration out of our discussions here, please do so. That will be very helpful in our advocacy, in the use of Ridge-to-Reef approach. And so I was given 10 minutes, and I haven't seen people flagging me and warning me, that I'm exceeding my time. But nonetheless, I'd like to stop here, because what I say, is not really important as what will be presented to us by our different speakers. So once again, thank you very much for coming today, and looking forward to a fruitful interactions with all of you. So magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. May problema ako pag Tagalog. Dito ba ako? Dito.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. We are truly privileged to have you and an exceptional lineup of presenters. I'm sure that today's presentations will provide valuable insights and spark engaging discussions. So, without further ado, let's get started. Our first presenter is the Dean of the College of Human Ecology of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Before joining UPLB, Dean Ricardo M. Sandalo was a development worker for 20 years in Palawan and Batangas. He finished his Bachelor of Science in Human Ecology in UPLB, his MA in Urban and Regional Planning in UP Diliman, and his PhD in Development Studies also in UPLB. Let us welcome Dean Ricky, who will shed light on the key issues and concerns in the updating of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, or CLUP, using the Ridge-to-Reef Watershed Ecosystems Management approach.
Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. A pleasant day, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Saba yung ano? Paki-flash na yung for inviting me into this forum to discuss on a topic very close to my heart as a development worker and as a human ecologist. I hope in the next 20 minutes, I shall be able to share my experiences and thoughts regarding R2R and planning. Yes, I intend to relate to you first my own personal journey from the initial stages of my development work while in Palawan up to when the concept of sustainable development came around, especially after the Earth Summit of 1992. Can we have the slide? Yan. Okay? As a starter, let me put forward a disclaimer. I am not a licensed environmental planner, although I finished my MA in Urban and Regional Planning when PD 1308 was about to be implemented to professionalize the planning practice. In fact, I could have invoked the so-called grandfather's clause, but I did not. Let me put forward, however, that a licensed environmental planner will play a significant role if we expect the R2R to become an important consideration in CLUP and in any development planning initiative in the country. I finished my human ecology program from a very small Institute of Human Ecology at UPLB, where I imbibed the notion that humans are the stewards of nature and that there is a symbiotic relationship between the human systems and the ecosystems. Then I joined a foreign-funded rural development scheme, the Palawan Integrated Area Development Project, at PIADP the same as the Bicol River Basin Development Program were designed to be multi-sectoral and multi-agency to alleviate poverty in the countryside through regional development planning. While implementing an integrated rural or area development project, the following were our challenges that we encountered. It was difficult to adopt a comprehensive approach due to the heavy sectoral orientation of the implementing agencies. And vertical and horizontal integration was problematic to be achieved due to diverse planning approaches and sectoral orientation of programs and projects pursued by the executing agencies. In my opinion, the Ridge-to-Reef approach can be a suitable platform to respond to this kind of challenges. Delineating the planning area is an important exercise in CLUP and even in provincial and regional development planning. Most of you are aware, of course, that when cities or towns were created, their boundaries do not usually coincide with the boundaries of the natural watersheds. In fact, most of the time, it is the river that serves as the border, separating two or more municipalities. On the other hand, the local planners are mandated to prepare a plan covering their own municipal territories, irrespective of whether they are sharing or not a watershed with another town. Consequently, the comprehensive land use plans and of course the comprehensive development plans do not consider the possible interconnection nor the human-environment interaction between two municipalities within a given space or an ecosystem, like a watershed, or among various ecosystems, like, for example, between upland ecosystem and the lowland urban ecosystem. In this situation, one may ask, who do you think will take the responsibility of cleaning a polluted river that borders between and thus shared by two different local government units? The Ridge-to-Reef approach should be able to provide a platform for inter-LGU collaboration, be they inter-municipal, inter-provincial, or even inter-regional. I had the privilege of joining a team who prepared the strategic environmental plan for Palawan. We were already talking about sustainable development years before the Earth Summit was held in Rio de Janeiro. The SEP for Palawan as adopted through Republic Act 7611, which also created the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development way before the Philippine Council for Sustainable Development was established. Through Republic Act 7611, the PNP office became the PCSDS. Through its main strategy, the Environmentally Critical Areas Network, or ECAN, the SEP hopes to balance development and protection. The ECAN applies the Ridge-to-Reef integrated approach that provides a graded system of protection and development management across the entire province. The strategy aims to protect Palawan's ecological integrity and effectively manage it as a fragile island ecosystem. ECAN zoning is the process of delineating and marking the boundaries of the different zones on both land and sea, including the identification of prescribed activities and resource use for each zone, and the enforcement of regulatory measures to prevent practices that are destructive to the environment. Importantly, the CLUPs and logically the CDPs of the various LGUs in Palawan are mandated to be aligned with the ECAN and of ECAN zones of SEP. I became the National Co-Director of Palawan Tropical Forestry Protection Program, or PTFPP, implemented by PCSDS and supported by a grant from the European Union. Essentially, the PTFPP aimed to reduce dependence on forest resources by assisting the population to diversify and intensify their agriculture for improved food supplies and cash income. PTFPP was in fact designed after realizing that we can never protect the forest by simply making kaingin or shifting cultivation a crime. We do not have enough prison cells to jail all the kaingineros in the province. It is important that we collaborate with the communities, including the indigenous peoples. In PTFPP, therefore, forest protection means the adoption of the community-based resource management approach, that which complemented the provincial government's Bantay Palawan program, tasked to apprehend and put an end to illegal and destructive activities. After an aggressive display of power by a certain politician that resulted to my being removed from PTFPP, I joined an NGO, the WWF Philippines, as a project manager of an integrated coastal management project in Batangas. From the forest of Palawan, I transferred to the coastal marine waters of Balayan and adjacent bays. It was while I was in this project that I realized that coastal resources management, or CRM, is not about managing the coral reefs and the marine species, but it is more about managing the behavior of the humans to take care of the coastal and marine resources of the environment in general. It was also when I was in the midst of the Center of Marine Biodiversity in the world, the Verde Island Passage, when ICM was adopted as a national strategy. The ICM is a dynamic process of planning and management involving stakeholders and requiring the analysis of environmental and socioeconomic implications of development, the ecosystem processes, and importantly, the interrelationships among the land-based and marine-related activities across jurisdiction. inspired by the EU 533 that requires a holistic and comprehensive approach by addressing land and sea interaction, we, or in particular the WWF Philippines, assisted the LGU of Mabini, Batangas to formulate their coastal resource management plan, inclusive of a water use zonation plan and the implementation of the diverse fee, also known as a scheme for the payment of ecosystem services. Ayun na. Yan. It was perhaps because of my PhD dissertation that I am invited here today. And Doc Ross is one of my advisors. But obviously, this could be my source of ideas in my recommendations to hopefully enable the country's planning system consider the Ridge-to-Reef approach in planning, not just in CLUP formulation, but in all of our physical framework plans like the Provincial Development and Physical Framework Plan and the Regional Physical Framework Plan. The application of the Ridge-to-Reef approach is actually demonstrating what was prominently recognized during the Earth Summit, that is to achieve sustainable development. To achieve sustainable development, it is imperative that the conference noted to change from old sector-centered planning to new approaches that involve cross-sectoral coordination and integration of environmental and social concerns into all development processes. At this point, I would like to suggest that in order for us to be direct in our intention to adopt the approach, we will simply use the term Ridge-to-Reef and nothing else. We envision that the R2R will serve as a platform to which the LGUs will characterize and analyze the socioeconomic and biophysical situation of their territories from along the river ecosystem that traverses the upland ecosystem from its headwaters or the ridge down to the lowland urban ecosystem and to the coastal marine ecosystem or the reef. To avoid confusion, we must not equate R2R to a watershed ecosystem, as there persists a tendency among many resource managers and even scientists that a watershed stops at the foot of the mountain, forgetting perhaps that the quality and the quantity of the waters from the mountain that goes out to the sea will surely affect the survival of the life system in not just the coastal marine areas, but in fact the whole area from Ridge-to-Reef. The CLUP must transcend beyond sectoral plans that were prepared separately, but as a framework to which these plans are to be formulated. These are the Forest Land Use Plan, the Ancestral Domain Sustainable Development and Protection Plan, the Coastal Resource Management Plan, Protected Area Management Plan, and even the mandated Solid Waste Management Plan, the Climate Change Action Plan, and the DRRM Plan. Another essential fact that I would like to point out here is that the CLUP is just one of the many plans that are to be prepared by various stakeholders at various levels of governance. And these plans have to be vertically aligned and horizontally linked. If we are to apply R2R vertically, it is important to note that the Provincial Development and Physical Framework Plan, or PDPFP, has to provide the R2R guidance to the CLUP of the cities and municipalities within the jurisdiction of the province. In the same manner, the Regional Physical Framework Plan shall make available the R2R directions to the PDPFP. Horizontally, the implementation of the strategic vision, objectives, and direction of an LGU, as stated in the CLUP, will be translated into the CDP. It would be contrary to logic if a CDP is formulated even without the CLUP being adopted first. The DILG, to its Memorandum Circular Number 102, Series of 2016, has mandated the provincial LGUs to adopt the ecosystem-based or Ridge-to-Reef approach by reiterating the role of the PDP-FP in promoting vertical and horizontal linkages in local development planning. Unfortunately, I still have to see a PDP-FP that has truly demonstrated the application of the R2R, not just by simply stating that they are adopting R2R approach and nothing more. Another point that I would like to emphasize is that in order for the Ridge-to-Reef approach to be adopted in all the plans to be prepared, it is essential that guidelines are prepared and disseminated and through time improved. These guidelines, however, have to be established first and foremost who is the owner of the plan. This is to ensure implementation of the plan. Looking at the CLUP process, for example, before the setting of the vision, the stakeholders will have to be identified and are thus mobilized to participate in the process. The stakeholders must own the plan, not the LGU, nor the mayor, and definitely not the MPDC. The MPDC, after all, is called Planning and Development Coordinator. His or her function is to facilitate the process. The guidelines have to introduce as many as possible methodologies on how the R2R approach can be adopted. Most especially, the methods shall focus on how to characterize and analyze the socioeconomic and biophysical situation of the planning area comprehensively and how the various systems interact from the ridge down to the reef. In the case of the CLUP process, the R2R methodology shall be primordial in step 4, analyzing the situation stage. Consequently, the goals and objectives that are identified to reach the vision are guided by a thorough Ridge-to-Reef analysis. The whole planning process has to be facilitated by the Municipal Planning and Development Office at the municipal level, by the Provincial Development Office at the provincial level, and by NEDA as the Secretariat of RDC at the regional level. By virtue of RA 10587 and by a memorandum circular by the Civil Service Commission, all the MPDCs and the PPDCs have to be licensed environmental planners. All of them have to be knowledgeable particularly about these methodologies. As mentioned earlier, the plan has to be prepared and owned by the stakeholders, not by the planning coordinators on their own, nor by the scientists or consultants. Simply put, the stakeholders has to be capable for them to be able to participate meaningfully and effectively in the process. One of the major observations in my dissertation is that while there is already an enhanced CLUP guidelines that mention the Ridge-to-Reef approach, it's still inadequate in terms of methodologies. More so, we still have to have the R2R guidelines in the preparation of the PDP, FP, and the regional plans. The Ridge-to-Reef approach has to be vertically linked from the region down to the province, and most especially at the CLUP level. I am emphasizing in my second recommendation the word doable. The guidelines have to be presented in such a manner that not only the licensed environmental planner will understand, but by as many stakeholders as possible, including mainly the decision makers, and at least those in the planning team, as well as the representatives from the various sectors in the town, the province, or the region. Also, the guidelines should not add more time to the current 8-month duration of the preparing a CLUP. The empowerment that I mentioned in my third recommendation is dwelling on the importance of building and the planning capabilities of the stakeholders, especially among those who are involved in preparing and implementing the plan. Capabilities in terms of knowledge, skill, human power, as well as facilities and equipment that have to be improved. We can only expect meaningful engagement from everyone if they are empowered as well. I hope this presentation helps. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat at sa inyong pakikinig at harinaway maganda ang umaga natin. Yan na po.
Thank you, Dean Sandalo. At this moment, we would like to acknowledge our viewers in Facebook and Zoom. Currently, we have more than 150 viewers in Zoom and Facebook, including Spamas from Malita, Davao Occidental, GSU Guimaras, CTU Barile, Cebu. We also have viewers coming from Ifugao State University, West Vardec, Iloilo, PCR Lab, Cotabato State University, CVARD, ISU, Etchage Isabela, Ilardec, MMSU of Batak, Ilocos Norte, Philippine Rubber Institute, VACARP, Capiz State University, DENR-CO, SSC, DILG Sarangani, USTP Claveria. Moving on, next is the Executive Director of the River Basin Control Office under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Director Nelson V. Gorospe. He took his Bachelor of Science in Forestry at UPLB and his Master in Public Administration at the UP Diliman. In his presentation, he will address the important topic of the Philippine Development Plan for Watershed and Forest Protection guidelines and delve into the salient provisions and perceived challenges to robust preparation and implementation.
Good morning, everyone. To our esteemed guests, fellow resource persons, fellow participants, fellow workers in government, and to all of those participating face-to-face and those participating online, isang makalikasang umaga po sa ating lahat. My presentation is on the River Basin Master Plans as the basis for provincial development and physical framework plans updating. This is the outline of my presentation. Firstly, I will talk about the mandates of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, then to the River Basin Control Office, and then a short presentation on Integrated River Basin Management and Development Master Plans, what are the objectives of the master plan, as well as what can be seen in the master plan. Then a brief discussion again on the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028, which will include the integrated water resource management, the annual plan targets of the River Basin Control Office, as well as the status of the master plan updating being undertaken by the DENR. Then lastly, the foreseen challenges that may be encountered by our LGUs in updating their PDP-FPs. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources was created in 1987 through the issuance of Executive Order 192. It is the primary government agency responsible for the conservation, management, development, and proper use of the country's environment and natural resources, specifically forest and grazing lands, mineral lands, including those in reservations and watersheds, as well as lands of the public domain, as well as the licensing, regulation of all natural resources in order to ensure equitable sharing of the benefits derived therefrom for the welfare of the present and future generations. Executive Order 510, signed in 2006, created the River Basin Control Office under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources to rationalize the various existing river basin projects and to promote and advocate an integrated river basin management to ensure environmental protection as well as the people against flood and natural disasters. In 2009, Executive Order 816 was promulgated, which declared RBCO under the DENR as the lead agency for integrated planning, management, rehabilitation, and development of the country's river basins. Its mandates are as follows. Number one, rationalize and integrate all national plans, projects, and programs within the country's river catchment basins. Harmonize all relevant national river basin policies and formulate new policies and create enabling policy environment. Serve as the National Policy Coordinating Office for local government units and non-government organizations in the development and sustainability of all river and catchment basins. Serve as the DNR's implementing office in the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the DNR's programs and projects within the country's river basins. Serve as the Central Fund Administrator for river basins appropriations provided under the DNR's budget. And lastly, to serve as the government central river basin management agency. So what is the Integrated River Basin Management Development Master Plan? The master plan is the framework which contains strategies on the integrated management and development of the country's water resources and flood mitigations within river basins. It is a product of joint efforts by various water-related agencies and stakeholders through collaborative, participative, and consensus-building consultations. The master plans follow the framework plan that is structured to highlight 4 principal frameworks and development strategies of sustained river basin management, namely integrated water resource management, integrated watershed management, wetland management, and flood mitigation. So what does the master plan contains? Of course, it contains the river basin profile, including the natural and geophysical characteristics like climatological condition, topographic conditions, water resources, soils and geology, land cover, wetland characterization, land degradation, flora and fauna, and environmental considerations. It contains a set of management and development strategies to address the key issues and problems identified, considering national and local development policies. It has an investment program which identifies the programs, activities, and projects to implement the management and development strategies. It contains an institutional mechanisms on how the master plans will be implemented, and of course, a set of data which appear in the annexes on the biophysical characteristics as well as thematic maps. The Philippine Development Plan covering the period 2023 to 2028 was signed by President Bongbong Marcos under Executive Order number 14 series of 2023. It is a plan formed for deep economic and social transformation to reinvigorate job creation and accelerate poverty reduction by steering the economy back on high growth path. Chapter 12 of the PDP discussed the status of water resources in the country, the issues confronting water resources sector, as well as the integrated water resource management. The integrated water resource management approach is geared towards achieving outcome number 3, which focuses on water security, ecological integrity of water systems, and resiliency to water hazards attained. The integrated water resource management shall be implemented by water sectors in the country for effective water governance as applied in the planning and management of land, water, and coastal resources, or the Ridge-to-Reef approach. Just a few months back, the Water Resource Management Office was created under Executive Order number 22 to institutionalize IWRM approach. It is an apex body that will harmonize policies related to water resource management. However, this is just a temporary body while we await for the enactment of a law that would create the Department of Water Resources. Under WRMO, which is at present under the DENR, are placed attached agencies, which are the National Water Resources Board, the MWSS, LOA, and Laguna Lake Development Authority. So, let me discuss outcome number 3. Outcome number 3 talks about water security, ecological integrity of water systems, and resiliency to water hazards attainment. And it has the following major pillars. Number 1, ensure water availability through efficient water infrastructures and management. Allocate and utilize water efficiently, especially over competing water uses. Maintain and enhance surface and groundwater quality. Ensure good sanitation and drainage, including proper disposal. Protect land, water, and coastal resources. Protect life and property from water and coastal hazards, including dam-related hazards, and manage flood control effectively with sediment control and to mitigate droughts. These are the strategies to achieve outcome number 3. Number 1, upgrade and expand water infrastructure. This would include the implementation of the Philippine Water Supply and Sanitation Master Plan, National Irrigation Master Plan, National Water Security Roadmap, and various master plans for the Metro Manila area and the major river basins. These plans are to be revised and modified based on location-specific conditions, prioritization, and timing of investments. The second strategy is to strengthen implementation of integrated water resource management through the prioritization of water storage reservoir for water supply and drought mitigation, as well as multipurpose dams with flood control functions. And to prioritize the development of flood control and coastal protection infrastructures using hybrid systems that combine nature-based solutions with engineered or gray structures. The third strategy is to invest in water infrastructure services provision and provide accessible financing for water supply and sanitation projects that would include encouraging the public-private partnerships to enhance and strengthen investments in maintaining and developing water infrastructure and services. On the part of the River Basin Control Office, we have the following PDP targets: that by the year 2028, the River Basin Control Office shall have updated almost 85% of the River Basin master plans, and that 95% of the River Basin organizations shall have already been established and are fully operational. At present, we are undertaking the updating of the River Basin Master Plans for the Cagayan, Bicol, and Marikina River Basins. While during the second semester of the year, we are intending, or we have targeted, the updating of the Tagum Libuganon and Ilog Hilabangan master plans. At present, we have 19 active river basin organizations, with 2 in the process of signing memorandum of cooperation and 2 in the process of establishment. So, what do we see as the challenges in the updating of the Provincial Development and Fiscal Framework Plan? Firstly, there is a gap among local government units regarding communication and coordination. This is especially true when we talk of the major river basins, which traverses regions, provinces, and municipalities. Then we have inadequate consideration of water-related boundaries. Dr. Sandalo, in his paper, has extensively discussed this. Third, decisions are made solely based on political jurisdictions, aside from political boundary conflicts among the local government units. A case in point, in the Cagayan de Oro River Basin, the headwaters are in the province of Bukidnon, and the outlet is in Cagayan de Oro, which is subject to frequent flooding. Unfortunately, the Commission on Audit did not approve of the proposal for the LGU of Cagayan de Oro to finance interventions in the uplands that would somehow lessen the occurrence or impacts, negative impacts of flooding. Then there is a lack of adequate financing for local water infrastructure, where while there are ODA windows that are available, which may be tapped for financing, this is not fully availed of, which may be due to sometimes very stringent requirements on the part of the different ODAs, and this would include most probably the Philippine Survival Fund, which I understand only 1/3 has been utilized at this time. Then there is the lack of harmony between land use and water resources. Most of our LGUs still do not have their own ICMs. And then unpredictability of water availability and conditions. This comes into the fore because of climate change. And then lastly, inadequacy of water-related data. I guess this is something that we should be looking into, especially that if we want to really do science-based planning, we have to have updated and complete data sets. In conclusion, there is a need to harmonize the Philippine Development Plan and the Provincial Development and Physical Framework Plans. And colorally, we have to harmonize the River Basin, Integrated River Basin Master Plan, Management and Development Master Plans, as well as the local government plans, the FLUPs, the CLUPs, the ICMPs, among others, and to include also the different plans of the national government agencies within the river basins. There has to be a collaboration and complementation of efforts between the national government agencies and the local government units in order to operationalize the PDP both at the national and local levels. There is a need to tap financing sources outside the regular government budgets, such as the public-private partnerships, payment for ecosystem services, the available ODAs, among others. So, this is my brief presentation, and I would like to thank you for listening. And if you may want information, additional information, you may contact us through landline 8926-4706 or email us at rbco@denr.gov.ph. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Director Gorospe. So before we proceed with the next presentation, we would like to greet and give a shout out to our online participants that include the Office of the City Agriculturist, Zamboanga City, DOST-PCAARRD, PPDO Pampanga, PPDO Oriental Mindoro, NEDA-CAR, OPPDC Cavite, PPDO Marinduque, PLGU Davao, LGU Surigao, Ilocos Norte PPDO, and PPDO Zambales. Joining us also is NCI SRD, PPDO Davao del Norte, PLGU Cotabato, and PCARRD Bicol Region, VCARP Leyte. We also have Malika Ilupa from Sulu State College Research and Development Cluster, NOMCARD based at Central Mindanao University, DILG Olongapo City, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Institute of Biological Sciences and Graduate School of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, University of Southern Mindanao, DOST-PCAARRD, PPDO Pampanga, PPDO Oriental Mindoro, LGU Surigao, PLGU Davao, PPDO Marinduque, OPPDC Cavite, and PLGU Cotabato. Moving on, we have the Division Chief for the Environmental and Land Use Policies Division under the SUD's Environmental Land Use Planning and Development Bureau. He is a licensed environmental planner and currently taking his law degree at the Arellano University School of Law. He will present valuable insights on the Ridge-to-Reef Watershed Ecosystems Management approach to the PDPFP. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Mr. Ivan Sumilang.
Okay na po yung presentation. So, isa pong mapagpalang umaga sa ating lahat, no? Gusto pong pasalamatan ng DOST sa pag-invite po sa amin dito. As you may know po, isa po akong produkto ng scholarship ng DOST. Kaya po ako nakapag-aral sa CESAM. So, marami pong salamat. And then, salamat din po sa pag-imbita, Dr. Rex Cruz, sa amin dito. Basically, ang isi-share ko po sa inyo is yung mismong interim guidelines namin sa PDPFP, no. Kasi simula po lang nung project po nung WILUP, kung maalala ko, ito po yung parang recommend po namin kina Dr. Rex na mas magandang entry point nung R2R na study or watershed approach, yung PDPFP. Why? Kasi yung pong mga LGUs natin or yung ating municipalities, no, yung mga hinihinging datos or yung mga pag-aaral sa usapin ng R2R at saka watershed ay masyadong mahal para gastusan po nila. So maganda ang ating entry point po ay sa ating provincial level planning. At doon na lang po ikakabit ng mga LGUs natin yung kanilang mga CLUPs and CDPs. So with that po, no, ito po yung aking presentation, yung DSUD NEDA DILG Joint Memorandum Circular 2023-001. Again, ito po ang ating interim guidelines on the formulation of PDPFP. So basically, interim po meaning hindi pa ito yung mismong updated guidelines natin, no. So here is the outline of my presentation. I-share ko po sa inyo yung background, rationale, purpose, and scope of application, and salient features and way forward. So background lang po, no. Sinasabi po ng Section 106 ng RA 7160 na yung daw pong ating mga provincial LGUs ay kailangan gumawa ng isang comprehensive multi-sectoral development plan. Ito yung development side. Kumbaga sa cities, municipalities natin, kailangan nilang gumawa ng comprehensive development plan. And sinasabi rin po ng Section 467, no, na kailangan gumawa ang sangguniang panlalawigan ng kanilang comprehensive provincial land use plan o yung kanilang CPLUP, no. Haba. Ayan. So, kung makikita nyo po, ito po yung tinatawag naming guidelines for the formulation of PPFP. Noong unang panahon po, noong 1991, through the Interagency Committee on Local Planning, Local Planning Program, ginawa po ito. PPFP pa po noon yung tawag. So noong 1991, 32 years old na po itong planong ito, itong physical side, no. So ayan po. So medyo napag-iwanan siya noong development side. Ito po yung PLPAM. In 2007 po, NEDA developed the guidelines on provincial local planning and expenditure management. No? Ito po yung reference plan for provinces in planning, investment programming, revenue generation, budgeting, and public expenditure management, and project evaluation and development. Pero yung pong PLPAM sa usapin ng PDPFP, ang ginagamit lang natin dito is yung volume 2, no? Particularly focuses on the structure and approach to preparing a provincial development and fiscal framework plan. So basically, through PLPAM, yung dating PPFP, yung pinakita ko po sa inyo, na kulay orange, no, na medyo kasing edad na rin namin, ay nag-merge dun sa provincial development plan, no. So basically, na-address nito yung disconnect ng sectoral planning at saka nung spatial planning. However po, yung ating mga PDPFPs, nung in-update siya, no, after 16 years, ay medyo nakapokus sa sectoral planning at naiwan po yung ano natin, no, naiwan yung physical planning na part. So, again, nung nagkaroon na po ng DSUD, no, bakit naisipan na gumawa namin ng JMC? Bakit naisipan ng DILG, ng NEDA at ng DSUD na gumawa nito? One is may mga bago ng after 2008, may mga lumabas na bago mga batas. Lumabas dyan yung Climate Change Act of 2009, yung Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010. Tapos sa CLUP, meron na tayong tinatawag na Climate and Disaster Risk Assessment, no? Na wala dun sa 2007 na guide. And then nagkaroon tayo ng Department of Human Settlements and Development Act of 2019. Dumating po doon yung DSUD. Tapos marami ring plans, frameworks, and guidelines and strategies, no, na lumabas. Nandiyan na yung ambisyon natin 2040, Philippine Development Plan, Supplemental Guidelines on Mainstreaming Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction in CLUP. Ito na nga po yung sinabi ko kanina, yung SIDRA. National Urban Development and Housing Framework ng DSUD. National Informal Settlements Updating Strategy. National Resettlement Policy. National Spatial Strategy ng NEDA. And National Housing and Urban Development Sector Plan. Nakalalabas lang from DSUD. And then marami na rin after labas ng PLPM, marami na ring international agreements and commitments, no, ang lumabas, katulad ng ating sikat na Sustainable Development Goals, ang ating Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, ang Paris Agreement, at ang ngayon na ina-advocate ng DSUD, yung National Urban Agenda. By the way, magkakaroon po pala kami ng Philippine Urban Forum this year, this October. So sana po maka-participate din po tayo. And then recently, nagkaroon tayo ng Mandanas-Garcia ruling, and it is being implemented through EO 138, no, to facilitate full devolution of certain functions of the executive branch to local government units, necessitating various interventions such as technical assistance to enhance the capacity of LGUs. Plus, ayun na nga po, no, kailangan natin ngayon ng updated guidelines, no, kasi napag-iwanan na po yung spatial component. So there's a need, no, to develop a harmonized PDPFP formulation guidelines which entails the integration of all these laws, frameworks, and agreements, and thus require a considerable amount of time. So yun po yung rationale natin. And for the purpose, so bago ko sabihin yung purpose, basically itong effectivity nitong guidelines, no, Naibigay pala, na-forward namin to sa owner noong April 26. So, effective siya starting April 26 this year. And then, napirmahan po siya ni Secretary Acuzar, Secretary Abalos, at Secretary Balisican. And then, ang purpose nito is to provide general guidelines on the formulation or updating of PDP-FPs, and lay down the process of plan formulation or updating, and prescribe the contents and structure of the plan, and clarify the roles and responsibilities of the main agencies involved in the preparation or updating of PDP-FPs. Kasi nga po, prior to this wood, ang nagli-lead talaga doon sa formulation ng PDP-FPs ay si NEDA, following the PLPEM. And here comes the DSUD. Meron kaming review and approval process, sa mga interesado. Ni-release din po namin yung DSUD Memorandum Circular 2021-009. Ito po yung nagbabalangkas kung paano namin reviewin, paano i-approve ang ating mga PDP-FPs. Nandun din po yung mga review parameters na kailangan tingnan ng DSUD as well as ng mga kasamahan natin sa RLUC. Nandun din yung mga kailangang tingnan ng mga ating iba't ibang agencies like DA, DNR. Ang sinasabi nga po namin, ang PDP-FP ay hindi pag-aari lang ni DSUD, but pag-aari din ng iba't ibang ahensya. Si DSUD po ay taga-tahi lang ng mga polisiya natin. Bilang planner, ganun po yung ginagawa namin. Kaya we are highly encouraging our constituents, our partners, na makilahok sa pagre-review at paggawa ng mga PDP-FPs as well as CLUPs. At para yung ating mga advocacies, at saka yung ating, kung meron tayong mga existing plans or studies, ma-incorporate dun sa ating mga plano. And scope of application po, siyempre, provincial level po ito. Kasama po yung provincial local government units in the formulation of the PDP-FPs and updating of the existing ones. And then, dito po, kasama ang DSUD, NEDA, and DILG in assisting the provinces in the formulation or updating of their PDP-FPs and ensuring that the objectives of the interim guidelines are met. So, salient features po, basically, again, nagpo-provide po ito ng general guidelines on the PDP-FP formulation. And sinasabi lang dito na ang reference po natin for formulation, as of now, na wala pa tayo ng updated guidelines, is PLPEM Volume 2 pa rin po as the main reference for PDP-FP formulation. And isinama na rin po dito, hina-highlight na rin po dito yung President's 8-point socio-economic agenda and development priorities of PDP-FP. Or PDP and RDP as main guiding policy, and the governor and the PDC to provide the overall policy direction, and PPDO as the main office responsible for the technical preparation of PDP-FP, and then the organization and composition of the planning team. So i-discuss ko po siya later. And then ito po, hinighlight din po namin na kailangan kasama din sa pagpaplano and by coordination din of PPDCs with the LPDCs, following the synchronized local planning and budgeting calendar to ensure consistency of vision and strategic directions and facilitate the complementation of PPAs. This year din po, sa pangunguna po ni Director Ana ng DILG, may ginagawa rin po kaming JMC, which we are updating na yung JMC 2016-01 ng DILG, NEDA, DBM, and DOF. So with that po, kasama na din doon yung DSUD, kasi nasa amin po yung PDP-FP at saka CLUP. So ito ang nabanggit kanina ni Sir Ricky habang nakikinig ako sa kanya. Talagang hindi po mawawala na ipopromote namin yung vertical at horizontal linkages, no? So, kailangan yung ating mga PDP-FP ay informed by the Regional Physical Framework Plan, Regional Development Plan, National Physical Framework Plan, and the Philippine Development Plan, and harmonize the CLUPs of its component cities and municipalities. So sabi ko nga po kanina, dapat yung yung PDP-FP naman ang nagtatahi sa mga CLUPs natin on the ground, no? Sinasabi nung iba na may disconnect daw ang mga CLUPs na magkakatabing mga bayan. Through PDP-FPs po, ito po sana yung nagseset ng framework, ito yung nagtatahi, no? Ito yung nag-harmonize sa ating mga plano on the ground. As well as ito rin po yung sabi nga kanina ni Sir Ricky, kailangan din ng horizontal linkage and the basis for crafting the Provincial Development Investment Program and the Annual Investment Program or yung AIP, and incorporation of innovative approaches to the province's needs and additional resources of funds for project implementation. Through that po, no, inihanay natin yung ating mga PPAs for funding, as well as to identify those PPAs na hindi natin kayang pondohan. Doon po natin tuturuan or tutulungan ng LGU on how to fund them. And for the planning period, no, hina-highlight pa rin po namin dito na ang planning period pa rin ng PDP-FP ay 6 years and may review and updated every 3 years as necessary. As ginamit po namin ito as parang status quo, no? Status quo doon sa current na ginagawa on the ground. Pero doon sa updated, pag in-update na namin ito, we are looking forward na maitahi na rin yung mga nailagay namin doon sa recently approved sa third reading na National Land Use Act. Gusto namin i-highlight na yung physical part, yung physical framework part ng PDP-FP ay tinitingnan na siya ng 12 at 6 years, no? Or ang pinaka ano namin doon na kulatilya is when deemed necessary. So, yung sinasabi nga namin dito, kapag pagdating doon sa investment programming or doon sa budgeting, pwede rin siyang i-update or tingnan yung development site every 6 and 3 years. Pero hindi mo na okay lang na hindi mo na galawin yung physical side. Kasi mas matagal yun at mas matrabaho. And doon sa ginagawa naming JMC ng DILG, meron kami dong nilagay kung paano natin magagamit yung yung part ng development side ng PDP-FP for budgeting purposes. And then, mainstreaming of thematic concerns. Again, yung CCA and DRR's Reduction Management or DRRM. So, ngayon din, meron ding dine-develop ang team with DNR, yung tinatawag na PCARRD. No? Ito yung provincial level na SIDRA. Pero kailangan pa nating, tinitwik pa yun, no, Julia? Pinag-uusapan pa. Paano magagamit ng mas maganda at paano din makikipag-usap doon sa SIDRA on the ground, no? Ayun. As well as hina-highlight na rin dito doon sa mga review parameters namin, yung biodiversity, heritage conservation, ancestral domains, green growth, gender, poverty, peace and order, among others. Pero meron din po dito hina-highlight yung ating Ridge-to-Reef and watershed approach, no? On our level sa DSUD, kapag umaakyat na yung mga plano, kapag alam namin may watershed management plan ang isang probinsya, hinahanap po namin iyon. Katulad din nung sa CLUP, kapag alam namin na may FLUP na yung isang bayan, pinapapasok na po namin yun sa plano. However, sabi nga namin sa mga talks namin with DNR, hindi natin makukumpel ang isang LGU na ipatigil yung plano kung walang FLUP. Doon po namin sinasabi na dapat maging proactive din yung ating mga kasamahan na kailangan makagawa yung LGU nung plano na yon para ma-instream maipasok doon sa mismong CLUP. Sabi nga namin we cannot integrate what is not present. So kailangan nandun din yung part na mas proactive sa paggawa ng mga ganong plano. As well as consideration of existing land uses and physical development of adjacent provinces to facilitate complementation. Doon po chinecheck na rin namin kung yung po bang PDP-FP ay nakikipag-usap sa mga katabing probinsya para maiwasan yung mga conflicts and to recognize those boundary conflicts kung meron man. Para mailagay nila sa PPAs yung mga kailangang gawin para ma-resolve yung mga issues na ito. And inventory of potential lands for housing and human settlements development including socialized housing. Kung babalikan po natin yung RA 7160, nasa probinsya po talaga yung usapin ng housing. Ayan po. And then, dito po sa interim guidelines, sana nababasa nyo. Medyo maliit lang. Pero let me try to explain. Pagdating po sa 3B, ipinasok po namin itong bagong part na to, no? Sa formulation of physical framework plan. Kasi ito nga po yung mismatch, no, nung PLPM versus our review parameters. So dinagdag po namin ito. Number 1, to come up with a framework to guide the future physical development and location of PPAs in the province. This shall be in the individual maps for the proposed general components, settlement, production, protection, infrastructure. Yan din po yung mga highlight or ating mga policy areas na binabanggit sa National Land Use Act. And then provide description of the individual maps and corresponding policy directions to guide the utilization of land resources vis-a-vis protection, settlement, and infrastructure. So sinasabihan na po ako ni Ma'am na konti na lang, pero sige po, i-fast track ko na lang din. So makikita rin po doon sa ating JMC, no, yung recommended composition ng planning team. Nandyan po yung planning core group, support group, technical working groups, under doon yung social development, economic development, physical land use development, environmental management, and institutional development. And then under naman po, doon po sa mismong structure content, no? Ayan po. Highlight lang po namin dito na naidagdag na din yung proposed development trust, no? Under the 4 policy areas for the settlement framework, protection framework, production framework, infrastructure framework, and overall physical framework. And then idinagdag na rin po namin yung implementation and monitoring. Kasi mahalaga po na yung ang track kasi po kasi ni DSUD ngayon, yung plano ay hindi mananatiling plano, but makikita natin na ini-implement na yung plano, tumatawid na sa paggawa, no, ng mga PPAs. So in terms naman po ng ng role ng DSUD, ang role po ng DSUD is to formulate and prescribe the land use planning standards and guidelines in the formulation of PDP-FPs and development of the physical component of the harmonized PDP-FP formulation guidelines, and monitor the status of PDP-FPs from technical assistance plan to preparation up to updating and approval and or ratify the PDP-FPs found to be compliant with national standards and guidelines. And for NEDA naman po, provide technical assistance. Sila pa rin po ang magbibigay ng technical assistance to LGUs in the formulation and or updating ng PDP-FPs until such time that the harmonized PDP-FP formulation guidelines is issued. And sila rin po yung magtututok doon sa develop ng socio-economic components ng PDP-FP. And for DILG naman po, in coordination with the DSUD and NEDA, issue policies and guidelines with regards to the province's compliance of PDP-FP formulation and regularly update such guidelines as may be necessary. Provide inputs to the DSUD and NEDA on the harmonized PDP-FP formulation, and kasama rin po sila doon sa ating review and approval process doon sa RLUC. Yun nga po ang sinasabi ko dito, since kami lang pong tatlo ang nandun sa JMC, hindi po ibig sabihin nun na kami lang yung nagre-review, but other agencies din nakasama sa RLUC. And wrap up na daw po. No? Ito, way forward na lang po. Ang effectivity po ng guidelines natin ay 3 years, no? And then, or until magawa namin yung harmonized guidebook. And then, as of now po, nagkakaroon kami ng assessment of PDPFP process and guidelines. So doon po natin makikita ano pa bang kulang, ano pa yung kailangan namin idagdag doon sa guidebook, no? As well as ma-highlight nga yung usapin din ng Ridge-to-Reef and watershed approach doon sa guide, no? And hopefully magawa po namin yung guidebook as soon as possible. Yung po, I would like to share then na meron kaming natanggap na funding from UNDP and UN Habitat through the SHIELD project ng DILG. So, with that po, marami pong salamat.
Thank you for an enriching sharing, Sir Sumilang. At this moment, would like first to acknowledge San Gabriel La Union Vice Mayor Ramolito Ginoma joining us virtually today. Thank you, VM Ginoma. And now for our next presenter is from the Bureau of Local Government Development, or BLGD, under the Department of the Interior and Local Government, or DILG. As head of the BLGD, she leads in the development and formulation of policies and programs for the capacity development of local government units. Here to present the policies on the vertical alignment of plans from PDPFP to CLUP and CDP, Director Analisa F. Bonagua.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Una po sa lahat, marami pong salamat sa DOST and Dr. Rex for inviting DILG to this event. Ang DILG po ay kaisa nyo. We are one in supporting and advocating Ridge-to-Reef approach to sustainable development. So maraming salamat. Next slide. I'll start my presentation with the legal basis on the requested presentation, which is the alignment of plans from the PDP to the CDP to the CLUP. PDP to CLUP to CDP. Okay. Una sa lahat, legal basis kinuha natin sa Local Government Code, starting with Section 56 of the Local Government Code, review of component and municipal ordinances by or resolution by the Sangguniang Panlalawigan. And it says there that Sangguniang Panglungsod or Sangguniang Bayan shall forward to the Sangguniang Panlalawigan to review copies of approved ordinances and resolution approving the local development plans and public investment programs formulated by the Local Development Council. So kailangan pong mag-submit ang mga cities and municipalities ng kanilang ordinances and resolution approving the local development plan to the higher local government unit, which is the Sangguniang Panlalawigan. Then Section 114, this is the relation of local development councils to the Sanggunian and the Regional Development Council. So sa Section A or letter A, the local development plans approved by the respective Sanggunian may be integrated with the development plans of the next higher local development council. So hindi lang po sa provincial development council, pati sa regional development council, and hopefully at the national level. And then Section 305 also of the Local Government Code on fundamental principles, letter H, local development, local budgets, plans, goals shall be as far as practicable be harmonized with the national development plans, goals, and strategies in order to optimize the utilization of resources and to avoid duplication in the use of fiscal and physical resources. At under the same section, letter K, national planning shall be based on local planning to ensure that the needs and aspirations of the people are articulated by the local development units in their respective local development plans are considered in the formulation of budgets of national line agencies or offices. So nakalagay po yun sa local government code na kailangan yung plans ng local government unit should be considered in the preparation of the national budget. So dapat bottom-up approach, hindi po yung, well, currently right now, mostly top-bottom tayo, top to bottom. Okay, so while we're saying that, in the next slide, we would like to present to you na ang lahat namang ating action or all our efforts in the government are guided by the Philippine Development Plan. And the Philippine Development Plan is reflects or addresses the Ambition 2040, which reflects the aspiration of all Filipino in the future. So ito yung ating vision of the Filipinos, aspiration of matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay. So yung Philippine Development Plan should also be the basis for the preparation of the lower plans of local government units, starting from the provincial government to the cities, municipalities, and even barangay. And the same way that cities, municipalities, barangays, and the provincial government should contribute to the attainment of the goals and targets of the Philippine Development Plan. So parang we cascade down para ipaalam that these are the national goals, but we also want or expecting local government units to contribute to the attainment of the national priorities and targets. Okay, so I'll just be, next slide. Okay, yung hierarchy of plans, well, I think most of you are planners, so alam na alam most of you ang slide na ito, itong diagram na ito. Gusto lang naming i-emphasize, no, even here that we have been using for, kailan pa ba ito, Ivan? Since the 1990s, I think hindi pa nagbago ito from even the orange guideline na pinakita ni Ivan, which dates back 1991. And that's the same time that the local government code was passed. Ito pa rin po yung ginagamit na diagram on the relationship and hierarchy of the plan. So ito pa rin, walang changes. So gusto lang nating i-emphasize in the different plans of local government units. Kanina ang daming plano na sinasabi, may water plan, may climate change plan, merong disaster risk management plan. But then ang advocacy namin sa DILG is that local government units no less prepare the most important plans, the mandated plans under the local government code. And these are the physical framework plan or the land use plan and the comprehensive development plan of the local government units. So yun po yung pinaka-importante. The rest of the plans that are being asked of them by many laws and issuances ng national government should just be called out or just be derivative plans of these two big plans. No? Kaya yun yung advocacy namin even with the different sectoral agencies. So kung makita po natin dito, pursuant to law, the framework on the hierarchy and linkage of plans provides that there should be aligned priorities and targets and objectives as well as appropriate strategies from the national level down to the local level. So meron pong, as I mentioned, may two very important plans that LGU should prepare. The physical framework or the comprehensive land use plan, which intends to manage the territory based on the 4 policy areas, which I think Ivan also mentioned, and in my next slide I will mention as well. And the comprehensive development plan, this is the multi-sectoral development plan, which promotes the general welfare of the inhabitants in its capacity as a corporate body. And sunod doon, ano ba sa harap niyo? Sa upper left, or kung nakaharap sa inyo, upper right, is the investment program. The investment programs put to life the plans. No? This implements the plan. When you put budget to plans and aspiration, ito yung tinatawag nating implementation. So very important, hindi lang plano, but the implementation of the plans. So as you can see, for the 3 elements, the 2 plans and the investment program, pagbaba, lahat sila may corresponding counterpart for each level of government. from the national government to the regional government to the provincial government, cities and municipalities, and maybe even barangays. At yung pag-akyat din nila means that the investment programs starting from the lowest level of government, barangay, city, municipality, provincia, should all contribute to the attainment of the goal. And it should also harmonize in funding the requirements of the plan and the vision of the Philippine, under the Philippine Development Plan. Okay, in the next slide, dito gusto lang nating i-highlight the relationship of the contents of the plan. Bakit importante na mauna ang CLUP? Yun ang sinasabi natin. There should be a CLUP, sabi ni Sir Rick. Kasi that will be the basis of the developments in the area. And the basis of development, or yung aspiration mo for the development, will be the one embedded in the comprehensive development plan of the local government unit. So as we can see, the CLUP, the yellow part, is the purpose of which is to manage the territory based on the 4 policy areas. And these are settlement. So gaano kalaki ang i-reserve mo for settlement? How much area do you reserve for protection, production, and infrastructure? Nung una tinatanong namin, is there a percentage? May ideal percentage ba that should be retained so that we can optimize, maximize? Baka yun ang pwedeng tulungan tayo ng ating mga academician. If there could be certain limit for each of the 4 areas that should be maintained to say that we are planning efficiently. Ngayon, wala. So, the CLUP is implemented via a zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance laid down the use of land in every area of jurisdiction of the local government units. Ang implementation of the CLUP will come into the CDP. So the CDP now promotes the general welfare of its inhabitant in the capacity as a corporate body, and it's provides for or addresses the social development, economic development, environmental management, infrastructure development, and even institutional development of a certain jurisdiction. And then next, implementation, kasi plano pa rin naman ng CDP. So the implementing instrument of the CDP are the following. The Local Development Investment Program, dito na, lalagyan mo na ng peso sign. No? Magkano ba, how much would it cost to achieve that strategy or to achieve that priority in the plan? And then Capacity Development Program, how much capacity is needed for the LGU and the LGU competency or people competency to deliver and implement certain programs. And then next is the legislative requirements and support. So ano-anong mga legislation, ordinances, and resolution that the LGU should issue or pass in order to support the implementation of certain programs. And the last is the monitoring and evaluation strategy, that there should always be a monitoring of whatever plans that the LGU has prepared and what has been implemented out of those indicated in the plan. Okay, and the next, hopefully that all these things should redound to an output which are the following: improve public services, new and improve public facilities or infrastructure, increase public awareness and participation, and increase private sector investments in local and social economic development, and also therefore should redound to changes in economic and social well-being of the constituents, changes in the configuration and quality of physical environment, and change in the local institutional capacities. Okay, so with that, we would like to share with you in the next slide some of the succeeding policies on the alignment of plans. Next slide, please. Starting with 2016, this was already mentioned by Ivan, that DILG, NEDA, and DOF have a joint memorandum circular way back 2016. Actually, may earlier version pa ito, 2007. But continuously through the years, no, ini-improve namin yung JMC. So the JNC provides for the guidelines for the harmonization of local planning, investment programming, resource mobilization, budgeting and expenditure management, and even performance monitoring and coordination in fiscal oversight. So in short, actually, this JMC just provides the guidelines for vertical and horizontal alignment of plans. Vertical from the national, regional, provincial, city, and municipalities. Wala pa pang probinsya noong 2016. Ay, probinsya, barangays noong 2016. As well as the horizontal alignment. So from the plans to the investment program, to the budget, to the revenue generation, and even monitoring cycle of the local government units. So dapat merong vertical and horizontal alignment. Yun lang po yung gist nun. So yung GMC actually establishes the formal structure and mechanism for convergence among oversight agencies at the national level. So hindi lang po sa LGU, yung 4 na agencies have coordinated their policies and their programs so that consistent, no, walang inconsistency pagdating sa local government units. So sa national level pa lang nag-uusap na yung mga oversight agencies. The JMC also identified and delineated the roles and responsibilities of these oversight agencies para we are harmonized and coordinated, walang duplication and overlap, as well as prescribe the improved financial management policies, systems, and tools within the context of convergence through identification of the interdependence and areas of complementation and integration. So makita po natin later kung paano po natin ginawa ito. Next, the JMC also provides for the following. Medyo bigyan ko lang ng emphasis yung dalawang provision under item 9 and 10. No? Yung sa item 9 is the province, city, and municipality complementation, which provides that the province shall coordinate with their component cities and municipalities to ensure consistency with strategic direction and facilitate complementation. So kasama dyan, yung Provincial Development Council daw should convene component cities and municipalities to present the PDP-FP for purposes of harmonization. So, di ba, merong explicit dissemination of information of the PDP to the cities and municipalities so that when they prepare their CLUP, dapat harmonize sila. And then, the province may undertake joint programs between the province and the component LGUs and augment resources of its component cities and municipalities for a project with significant impact to the province as a whole. No? Kasi minsan may mga programa na gustong pondohan ng city, munisipyo, pero hindi niya kaya. But the province will have a great stake to that particular project. So they may jointly, or they may implement jointly projects such as those. And then cities or component cities and municipalities may provide counterpart resources for projects initiated by the province. And then for item 10, titled NGA, LGU, and interface, for alignment with national goals and priorities and support to local needs, LGU to coordinate with national line agencies for technical inputs and guidelines on sectoral priorities and target in the PDP. So they should incorporate whatever targets in the PDPs are in the CLUPs and the CDPs of the LGUs. And then LGU to engage the community in broad participatory planning process. At the end of the day, the plans of any government, local and national government, should address the needs and aspirations of their constituencies. In the next slide, we would just like to show you the lines of supervision over to local government units. The President have a general supervision over local government units, and that power of the President is delegated to the DILG, no, under Executive Order 292, tama ba ako? 262. However, the provinces have direct relationship with their component cities and municipalities. The same way that cities and municipalities have direct relationship with their barangays. Medyo mahirap lang pong i-exercise kasi may political dimension. Kasi from regional to the LGU or regional to the provincial, walang political dimension. Region kasi yun, no? But provincial to city municipality and even city municipality to the barangay, yun na, meron silang political dimension. Doon lang nagkakaroon ng konting complication. Okay, in the next slide, we would like to share with you some of the mechanism by which the provincial government can actually exercise their oversight roles to their cities and municipalities. So the national government agencies, this is indicated in JMC 2016, have shared their oversight functions with the provinces. For example, for budgetary oversight by DBM, so right now, the DBM reviews the appropriation ordinances of the provinces, highly urbanized cities, and independent component cities, and the municipality. Nag-iisa na lang naman yun. Dapat isa na. Municipality in Metro Manila, and that is Navotas. And the provincial government now reviews the appropriation ordinance of their component cities and municipalities. Appropriation ordinance, this is the budget of the LGUs. So they have control, they have supervision over what the lower cities and municipalities are doing. On the local treasury operation of the, which is a function, mainly a function of the DOST-PCAARRD. The DOST-PCAARRD issues the manual for evaluation of local treasury operation, or what they call MELTO. And the provincial government conducts the evaluation of real property assessment and operations. So just following the guidelines of the DOF, it is still within the function of the provincial government to review the values, yung valuation, real property valuation of the cities and municipalities. So they still have the oversight over revenue generation, particularly real property taxation. And then, yung kasunod po, actually, almost the same, real property assessment, ibang manual lang po yung tinawag dito, assessment and evaluation and examination manual, which guides the LGU in the conduct of assessment and valuation of real property. Then, on local development planning, the DILG issued the CDP review or the CDP assessment guide, which requires or directs the province to review the comprehensive development plans of component cities and municipalities. And then for the highly urbanized cities and the province, the DILG regional office. And in the case of Metro Manila, it's the MMDA doing the review. Okay, so these are the mechanism allowing the province to do oversight over their component cities and municipalities in such a way that they can influence plans, revenue generation, and even budgets of local government units. Okay, in the next slide naman, we'll be showing you another joint memorandum circular. This is by DILG and DBM in 2018, providing the guidelines on the localization of the Philippine Development Plan. Kasi last round pa ito, no, 2017-2022, and results, matrices, and the sustainable development goals. So right now, we're doing the same exercise for the new Philippine Development Plan so that LGUs can also prepare the results matrices and be guided in the updating of their comprehensive development plan. Okay, so next po, recently, the DILG issued Memorandum Circular 2023-28, no? Kasama ito, kasunod ng mga guidelines on the interim guidelines on the PDPFP. This is the guidelines on the preparation and updating of the local development plans following the Philippine Development Plan 2023-2028. So this enjoins local government officials and functionaries to update, revise, and prepare the respective plans, or the PDP-FP for provinces, CLUP and CDP for cities, and barangay development plans for barangays. The MC also provides the guidance in the preparation of the local plans in view of the updated local development planning consideration. Maraming minention kanina si Ivan dito. To mention the mainstreaming of thematic and sectoral concerns. No? Ang dami natin. We have the Ambition 20, may SDG 2040, we have the SDGs. Ang dami nating lumabas na international commitments. And to ensure the alignment of plans as well as to subscribe to the new development on the devolution mandates following the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas and Garcia petition, which resulted to the increased resources to local government units, not just coming from the internal revenue collection of the national government, which is the ERA, but the share of local government units from the national tax collection. So now the ERA is now called National Tax Allotment. So lumaki po yung share nila starting 2022 around 37%, although by 2023 bumaba ng 14% in view of the impact of COVID-19 in the 2020 collection, which is the basis for 2023 kasi 3-year preceding period. 3 preceding year yung share ng LGUs from the national tax collection. Okay, in the next slide naman po, ito lang just emphasizes the role of the province to ensure plan complementation between the province and the component cities and municipalities. And this is also embedded under 2023 guidelines of MC of the ILG, which says establish linkages and initiate consultation with their component cities and municipalities and NGAs. Ensure that PDP-FP is considered by the component cities and municipalities in the formulation of their CDP and CLUP. Develop and undertake joint programs whenever possible or augment financial resources of each component cities and municipalities in implementing programs and projects, and take a proactive role in the assessment and review of the CLUP and the CDPs to ensure vertical and horizontal alignment of plans. Okay, so ngayon po, we would like to share with you in the next slide the status of the LGU CDP preparation. Right now, 69% of our LGUs have updated, or cities and municipalities have updated CDPs. And that is around 1,122 cities and municipalities. So madami-dami po. No? They are becoming to be aware that they should update their CDP. At saka it's a requirement. Otherwise, hindi sila makakuha ng seal of good local governance. Okay. So right now, out of that, sige. Next slide. The DILG also released a CDP assessment tool. So the CDP assessment actually just facilitate the harmonization and alignment of the local plans and priorities. So ito yung pinapa-review natin yung probinsya ng CDPs of their component cities and municipalities. And the CDP assessment in the next slide, next slide, emphasizes the role of the province in the local development planning and as an oversight partner, strengthen the relationship of the province and its component cities and municipalities by facilitating plan complementation, assess adherence of component cities and municipalities to the prescribed CDP formulation guidelines, and emphasize the use of local plans, especially CDP, as a parameter for future qualification in the provision of performance-based grants. Yun po yung nakalagay sa MC on the CDP review. And next slide, the CDP assessment actually reviews the following parameter, no, in terms of form, process, and content. So sa form, it looks at the completeness, compliance to prescribed templates, and emphasis on to put on the document that climate change action plan and disaster risk reduction integration in the CDP. So it should the climate and the disaster should be mainstream in the formulation of the CDP. And in terms of process, it should be consultative, participatory, inclusive, etc. And in terms of content, there should be substance and logic, alignment, and confirms how technical and scientific data are used in the preparation of the plan. So, ito po, out of the 100, next slide, out of the 1,122 that we have reported earlier, 910 of them were assessed. So that's 81% of the 1,122. The rest are not yet assessed. No? Baka noon hindi sila nakapagsabit o hindi sila umabot sa assessment period. Ngayon, ongoing po yung assessment. This coming July, mag-start uling mag-assess in line with the new PDP 2023-2028 na yung ating mga provincial government. Okay, so on the 2021 assessment, in the next slide, gusto lang namin i-share sa inyo yung result na based on the review of the provincial government, no? Provincial government po ang nagre-review. Sila po ang nagre-review nito based on the guidelines na. They said that most of the LGUs or the CDPs of LGUs that they have reviewed, masyadong mataas yung orange, are partially compliant. No, mataas naman yung compliance nila, pero partially compliance, 84 sa form, 59 in the process, 89 in terms of content, and 55% in terms of risk sensitivity. And then, may mga pailan-ilan, sana dumami ito yung blue, na fully compliant. Pero ang ranges nila ay 14%, 13%, 8%, and 25%. So sana po in the next review, marami na yung blue, fully compliant. Okay, so I think that's the last. Way forward, we are currently updating the JMC 2016, mentioned na rin ni Ivan, to synchronize national and local planning and budgeting calendars. Ngayon po kasi yung sa synchronized planning and budgeting calendar, all LGUs have the same deadline for the submission of the plan. So it does not allow for the review. So ngayon, magiging ladderized. Mauna pong mag-submit ang barangays, then next ang cities and municipalities, and then last yung probinsya to allow the review of higher local government units. And then, next is the strengthening of the provincial and higher level LGU oversight and its component LGUs. Hinahanap ko yung CLUP. And the integration of the land use, kasi nung hindi pa po siya kasama sa 2016 guidelines, no, ang start namin ay CDP to investment program to budget to revenue mobilization. So now we are integrating, mag-start kami ng land use planning, and that will form part the public financial management cycle, as well as the integration of the barangay planning into the cycle as well. And then we're also doing the localization of the PDP, yun nga, para mag-update ng CDP ang mga local government units, as well as the CDP assessment by July. So I think that's all for the ILG. Marami pong salamat. Pasensya na po, medyo napahaba.
Thank you for your insightful presentation, Dr. Bonagua. Director Bonagua. We're gaining more attendees online via Zoom and Facebook. We have PPDO Batangas, DILG Pampanga, PPDO Sarangani Province, MPDO LGU New Corelia, Davao del Norte, Bicol University Ginobatan, Aklan State University College of Human Development and Performance Sciences, DOST Region 10, Apayao State College. We also have MPDO Maitum, DILG Region 5, NEDA Region 4A, PPDO Tarlac, NOMCARD, PPDO Isabela, and Alliance for Biological Diversity. Everyone, let's give a round of applause to our esteemed morning session speakers. Dean Ricky Sandalo, Director Nelson Gorospe, Mr. Ivan Sumilang, and Director Analisa Bonagua. Our last speaker, Dr. Rex Victor Cruz, will deliver his presentation this afternoon together with our Q&A portion. At this moment, we will be taking a break for lunch and we'll resume after an hour. Again, this is Science, Technology, and Innovation to Safeguard Land, Water, and Biodiversity, a national policy forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach to land use and development planning. Thank you and see you this afternoon.
Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman at teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay de la Patio, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahente po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from GK Tongtongin po. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malake. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo ay apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga ayuda sa iba kong mga kasamahan, mga tauhan. Tapos naisip ko yan na mag-alaga ng tilapia kahit pa paano meron silang makakain pang araw-araw.
Ikaw, tulad nila ang inspirasyon namin sa bawat kwentong agham at teknolohiya. Maging sino ka man, parte ka ng aming bayanihan tungo sa pagyabong ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nabiyayaan na maging bahagi ng ilan sa mga proyekto ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Okay lang po yung aming halaman na ipagpatuloy po namin, maibahagi namin sa aming mga kapwa ang pagtatanim ng halaman sa bakuran. Malaking tulong po yung halamang ibinigay po sa amin. Kaya salamat po ng napakarami sa kanilang lahat.
Natutuwa kami na sana, sabi naman nila kahit tapos na ang project nila, pwede pa namin silang kontakin na matulungan pa rin kami. So, malaking pasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Wala silang sawang tumulong sa amin sa lahat ng aming pangangailangan sa buhay para makaraos kami sa pang-araw-araw.
Napakalaking bagay yung tulong ng gobyerno, ng PCARRD. Dahil libre ang fingerlings, libre ang PEDS. Ang gagawin na lang namin ay mag-aalaga. Sa pag-aalaga namin, within 3 to 4 months, mapakinabangan na namin. At hindi lang sa amin, sa tauhan ko at saka mga kapitbahay.
Naniniwala ang PCARRD na ang agham at teknolohiya na angkop sa pangangailangan ng mga komunidad ay mabisang kasagutan upang makatulong na paunlarin ang kabuhayan ng mga Pilipinong nasa sektor ng agrikultura, pangisdaan at likas yaman. Kaya naman, ang mga proyekto natin sa mga komunidad, sa tulong ng iba't ibang katuwang nating mga ahensya sa mga rehiyon, ay naglalayon na mailipat ang mga teknolohiyang galing sa resulta ng pananaliksik sa mas nakararaming Pilipinong nangangailangan ng mga ito.
Patuloy ang DOST-PCAARRD sa paghahatid ng mga makabuluhang proyekto sa pagsulong ng paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya sa ating mga mamamayan. Ang mga layunin na nagbunga mula sa pangarap na mapabuti ang kalagayan mo at ng iyong pamayanan. Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay Telepacho, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahenti po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from JK Tongtongin po. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malaki. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo. Apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga ayuda sa iba kong mga kasamahan, mga tauhan. Tapos naisip ko yan na mag-alaga ng tilapia kahit papaano meron silang makakain pang araw-araw.
Ikaw, tulad nila ang inspirasyon namin sa bawat kwentong agham at teknolohiya. Maging sino ka man, parte ka ng aming bayanihan tungo sa pagyabong ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nabiyayaan na maging bahagi ng ilan sa mga proyekto ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Okay lang po yung aming halaman na ipagpatuloy po namin, maibahagi namin sa aming mga kapwa ang pagtatanim ng halaman sa bakuran. Malaking tulong po yung halamang ibinigay po sa amin. Kaya salamat po ng napakarami sa kanilang lahat.
Natutuwa kami na sana, sabi naman nila kahit tapos na ang project nila, pwede pa namin silang kontakin na matulungan pa rin kami. So, malaking pasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Wala silang sawang tumulong sa amin sa lahat ng aming pangangailangan sa buhay para makaraos kami sa pang-araw-araw.
Napakalaking bagay yung tulong ng gobyerno, ng PCARRD. Dahil libre ang fingerlings, libre ang PEDS. Ang gagawin na lang namin ay mag-aalaga. Sa pag-aalaga namin, within 3 to 4 months, mapakinabangan na namin. At hindi lang sa amin, sa tauhan ko at saka mga kapitbahay.
Naniniwala ang PCARRD na ang agham at teknolohiya na angkop sa pangangailangan ng mga komunidad ay mabisang kasagutan upang makatulong na paunlarin ang kabuhayan ng mga Pilipinong nasa sektor ng agrikultura, pangisdaan at likas yaman. Kaya naman, ang mga proyekto natin sa mga komunidad, sa tulong ng iba't ibang katuwang nating mga ahensya sa mga rehiyon, ay naglalayon na mailipat ang mga teknolohiyang galing sa resulta ng pananaliksik sa mas nakararaming Pilipinong nangangailangan ng mga ito.
Patuloy ang DOST-PCAARRD sa paghahatid ng mga makabuluhang proyekto sa pagsulong ng paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya sa ating mga mamamayan. Ang mga layunin na nagbunga mula sa pangarap na mapabuti ang kalagayan mo at ng iyong pamayanan. Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay de la Patio, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahenti po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from GK Tongtongin Putho. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malaki. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo ay apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga ayuda sa iba kong mga kasamahan, mga tauhan. Tapos naisip ko yan na mag-alaga ng tilapia kahit papaano meron silang makakain pang araw-araw.
Ikaw, tulad nila ang inspirasyon namin sa bawat kwentong agham at teknolohiya. Maging sino ka man, parte ka ng aming bayanihan tungo sa pagyabong ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nabiyayaan na maging bahagi ng ilan sa mga proyekto ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Okay lang po yung aming halaman na ipagpatuloy po namin, maibahagi namin sa aming mga kapwa ang pagtatanim ng halaman sa bakuran. Malaking tulong po yung halamang ibinigay po sa amin. Kaya salamat po ng napakarami sa kanilang lahat.
Natutuwa kami na sana, sabi naman nila kahit tapos na ang project nila, pwede pa namin silang kontakin na matulungan pa rin kami. So, malaking pasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Wala silang sawang tumulong sa amin sa lahat ng aming pangangailangan sa buhay para makaraos kami sa pang-araw-araw.
Napakalaking bagay yung tulong ng gobyerno ng PCARRD dahil libre ang fingerlings, libre ang PEDS. Ang gagawin na lang namin ay mag-aalaga. Sa pag-aalaga namin, within 3 to 4 months, mapakinabangan na namin. At hindi lang sa amin, sa tauhan ko at saka mga kapitbahay.
Naniniwala ang PCARRD na ang agham at teknolohiya na angkop sa pangangailangan ng mga komunidad ay mabisang kasagutan upang makatulong na paunlarin ang kabuhayan ng mga Pilipinong nasa sektor ng agrikultura, pangisdaan at likas yaman. Kaya naman, ang mga proyekto natin sa mga komunidad, sa tulong ng iba't ibang katuwang nating mga ahensya sa mga rehiyon, ay naglalayon na mailipat ang mga teknolohiyang galing sa resulta ng pananaliksik sa mas nakararaming Pilipinong nangangailangan ng mga ito.
Patuloy ang DOST-PCAARRD sa paghahatid ng mga makabuluhang proyekto sa pagsulong ng paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya sa ating mga mamamayan. Ang mga layunin na nagbunga mula sa pangarap na mapabuti ang kalagayan mo at ng iyong pamayanan. Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman at teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay de la Patio, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahenti po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from GK Tongtongin po. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malaki. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo ay apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga ayuda sa iba kong mga kasamahan, mga tauhan. Tapos naisip ko yan na mag-alaga ng tilapia kahit pa paano meron silang makakain pang araw-araw.
Ikaw, tulad nila ang inspirasyon namin sa bawat kwentong agham at teknolohiya. Maging sino ka man, parte ka ng aming bayanihan tungo sa pagyabong ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nabiyayaan na maging bahagi ng ilan sa mga proyekto ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Okay lang po yung aming halaman na ipagpatuloy po namin, maibahagi namin sa aming mga kapwa ang pagtatanim ng halaman sa bakuran. Malaking tulong po yung halamang ibinigay po sa amin. Kaya salamat po ng napakarami sa kanilang lahat.
Natutuwa kami na sana, sabi naman nila kahit tapos na ang project nila, pwede pa namin silang kontakin na matulungan pa rin kami. So, malaking pasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Wala silang sawang tumulong sa amin sa lahat ng aming pangangailangan sa buhay para makaraos kami sa pang-araw-araw.
Napakalaking bagay yung tulong ng gobyerno, ng PCARRD. Dahil libre ang fingerlings, libre ang PEDS. Ang gagawin na lang namin ay mag-aalaga. Sa pag-aalaga namin, within 3 to 4 months, mapakinabangan na namin. At hindi lang sa amin, sa tauhan ko at saka mga kapitbahay.
Naniniwala ang PCARRD na ang agham at teknolohiya na angkop sa pangangailangan ng mga komunidad ay mabisang kasagutan upang makatulong na paunlarin ang kabuhayan ng mga Pilipinong nasa sektor ng agrikultura, pangisdaan at likas yaman. Kaya naman, ang mga proyekto natin sa mga komunidad, sa tulong ng iba't ibang katuwang nating mga ahensya sa mga rehiyon, ay naglalayon na mailipat ang mga teknolohiyang galing sa resulta ng pananaliksik sa mas nakararaming Pilipinong nangangailangan ng mga ito.
Patuloy ang DOST-PCAARRD sa paghahatid ng mga makabuluhang proyekto sa pagsulong ng paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya sa ating mga mamamayan. Ang mga layunin na nagbunga mula sa pangarap na mapabuti ang kalagayan mo at ng iyong pamayanan. Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay de la Patio, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahente po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from GK Tongtongin po. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malaki. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo. Ay apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga ayuda sa iba kong mga kasamahan, mga tauhan. Tapos naisip ko yan na mag-alaga ng tilapia kahit pa paano meron silang makakain pang araw-araw.
Ikaw, tulad nila ang inspirasyon namin sa bawat kwentong agham at teknolohiya. Maging sino ka man, parte ka ng aming bayanihan tungo sa pagyabong ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nabiyayaan na maging bahagi ng ilan sa mga proyekto ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Okay lang po yung aming halaman na ipagpatuloy po namin, maibahagi namin sa aming mga kapwa ang pagtatanim ng halaman sa bakuran. Malaking tulong po yung halamang ibinigay po sa amin. Kaya salamat po ng napakarami sa kanilang lahat.
Natutuwa kami na sana, sabi naman nila kahit tapos na ang project nila, pwede pa namin silang kontakin na matulungan pa rin kami. So, malaking pasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Wala silang sawang tumulong sa amin sa lahat ng aming pangangailangan sa buhay para makaraos kami sa pang-araw-araw.
Napakalaking bagay yung tulong ng gobyerno, ng PCARRD, dahil libre ang fingerlings, libre ang PEDS. Ang gagawin na lang namin ay mag-aalaga. Sa pag-aalaga namin, within 3 to 4 months, mapakinabangan na namin. At hindi lang sa amin, sa tauhan ko at saka mga kapitbahay.
Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay de la Paz, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahenti po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from JK Tongtongin po. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malaki. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo. Apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga ayuda sa iba kong mga kasamahan, mga tauhan. Tapos naisip ko yan na mag-alaga ng tilapia kahit pa paano meron silang makakain pang araw-araw.
Ikaw, tulad nila ang inspirasyon namin sa bawat kwentong agham at teknolohiya. Maging sino ka man, parte ka ng aming bayanihan tungo sa pagyabong ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nabiyayaan na maging bahagi ng ilan sa mga proyekto ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Okay lang po yung aming halaman na ipagpatuloy po namin, maibahagi namin sa aming mga kapwa ang pagtatanim ng halaman sa bakuran. Malaking tulong po yung halamang ibinigay po sa amin. Kaya salamat po ng napakarami sa kanilang lahat.
Natutuwa kami na sana, sabi naman nila kahit tapos na ang project nila, pwede pa namin silang kontakin na matulungan pa rin kami. So, malaking pasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Wala silang sawang tumulong sa amin sa lahat ng aming pangangailangan sa buhay para makaraos kami sa pang-araw-araw.
Napakalaking bagay yung tulong ng gobyerno, ng PCARRD. Dahil libre ang fingerlings, libre ang PEDS. Ang gagawin na lang namin ay mag-aalaga. Sa pag-aalaga namin, within 3 to 4 months, mapakinabangan na namin. At hindi lang sa amin, sa tauhan ko at saka mga kapitbahay.
Naniniwala ang PCARRD na ang agham at teknolohiya na angkop sa pangangailangan ng mga komunidad ay mabisang kasagutan upang makatulong na paunlarin ang kabuhayan ng mga Pilipinong nasa sektor ng agrikultura, pangisdaan at likas yaman. Kaya naman, ang mga proyekto natin sa mga komunidad, sa tulong ng iba't ibang katuwang nating mga ahensya sa mga rehiyon, ay naglalayon na mailipat ang mga teknolohiyang galing sa resulta ng pananaliksik sa mas nakararaming Pilipinong nangangailangan ng mga ito.
Patuloy ang DOST-PCAARRD sa paghahatid ng mga makabuluhang proyekto sa pagsulong ng paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya sa ating mga mamamayan. Ang mga layunin na nagbunga mula sa pangarap na mapabuti ang kalagayan mo at ng iyong pamayanan. Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay de la Patio, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahenti po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from GK Tongtongin po. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malaki. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo ay apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga ayuda sa iba kong mga kasamahan, mga tauhan. Tapos naisip ko yan na mag-alaga ng tilapia kahit pa paano meron silang makakain pang araw-araw.
Ikaw, tulad nila ang inspirasyon namin sa bawat kwentong agham at teknolohiya. Maging sino ka man, parte ka ng aming bayanihan tungo sa pagyabong ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nabiyayaan na maging bahagi ng ilan sa mga proyekto ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Okay lang po yung aming halaman na ipagpatuloy po namin, maibahagi namin sa aming mga kapwa ang pagtatanim ng halaman sa bakuran. Malaking tulong po yung halamang ibinigay po sa amin. Kaya salamat po ng napakarami sa kanilang lahat.
Natutuwa kami na sana, sabi naman nila kahit tapos na ang project nila, pwede pa namin silang kontakin na matulungan pa rin kami. So, malaking pasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Wala silang sawang tumulong sa amin sa lahat ng aming pangangailangan sa buhay para makaraos kami sa pang-araw-araw.
napakalaking bagay yung tulong ng gobyerno ng PCARRD dahil libre ang fingerlings, libre ang PEDS. Ang gagawin na lang namin ay mag-aalaga. Sa pag-aalaga namin, within 3 to 4 months, mapakinabangan na namin. At hindi lang sa amin, sa tauhan ko at saka mga kapitbahay.
Naniniwala ang PCARRD na ang agham at teknolohiya na angkop sa pangangailangan ng mga komunidad ay mabisang kasagutan upang makatulong na paunlarin ang kabuhayan ng mga Pilipinong nasa sektor ng agrikultura, pangisdaan at likas yaman. Kaya naman, ang mga proyekto natin sa mga komunidad, sa tulong ng iba't ibang katuwang nating mga ahensya sa mga rehiyon, ay naglalayon na mailipat ang mga teknolohiyang galing sa resulta ng pananaliksik sa mas nakararaming Pilipinong nangangailangan ng mga ito.
Patuloy ang DOST-PCAARRD sa paghahatid ng mga makabuluhang proyekto sa pagsulong ng paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya sa ating mga mamamayan. Ang mga layunin na nagbunga mula sa pangarap na mapabuti ang kalagayan mo at ng iyong pamayanan. Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners.
Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay de la Patio, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahenti po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from JK Tongtongin po. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malaki. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo ay apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga
Start off this afternoon's activity of the UPLB College of Forestry and Natural Resources and Director of Forestry Development Center. He is also a UP Scientist 3 and a member of People's Survival Fund Board of the Philippine Climate Change Commission, a former member of the National Pool of Technical Experts of the CCC, and an author of the UN IPCC Assessment Reports of 1995, 2001, and 2007. It is an honor to call once again on stage Dr. Rex Victor Cruz.
Thank you very much, and magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Tama na yan, ha? Okay, I hope you had a good lunch, and looking forward to a lively discussion. But meanwhile, let me just present my short PowerPoint, which is on the potential benefits and outcomes of the Ridge-to-Reef approach. No? So I'll be talking about the benefits as well as what are the imperative enabling conditions. Now, a lot of what I'm going to say actually were already mentioned in the previous discussion. So a lot of what I have in my slides I will not belabor because you might find it boring already. But nonetheless, let me proceed with my presentation. Okay, in the CLUP guidebook of 2013, this is in volume 1, chapter 4, on principles and approaches adopted in the CLUP preparation process. It says here in section 4.1 that watershed is the platform for land use planning. No? So this is basically what's there, and this is where we're coming from. As I said in my overview this morning, that a lot of what we're doing in relation to this, this National Policy Forum and even in the WILUP project is actually riding on the opportunities that are created by existing policy directions of the government, and that includes yung HLURB guidebook that provides for the use of watershed as the land use planning platform. Now, the question is, di ba dapat ginagawa din natin sa PDPFP? And I think this is a question that was originally asked by DSUD, to us when we first actually met them, And of course, it was a no-brainer, that if you do Ridge-to-Reef approach or watershed approach in the preparation of comprehensive land use plans of municipalities and cities of a province, the use of Ridge-to-Reef approach for the preparation of a provincial development physical framework plan, is essential. If we want to have the full impact of Ridge-to-Reef CLUP and CDP, we have to have a Ridge-to-Reef PDPFP from where all the CDPs and CLUPs must derive, the physical reference. So, hence, this process, the concerns and issues related to the use of Ridge-to-Reef approach, to the preparation or updating of the PDPFPs of our provinces. And just a basic review. We know that this is a watershed, and we know that in a watershed you have the upland, the lowland, and the coastal, and we are actually using the watershed as the physical visualization of what a Ridge-to-Reef landscape is all about. a watershed is not a ridge-to-reef landscape, but it is a ridge-to-coast landscape. But then the concept of ridge-to-reef actually originated in integrated coastal zone management. No? That's where it actually began. No? In the Pacific Islands was where it originally was conceptualized, the use of the ridge-to-reef concept. And the reason why it's called ridge-to-reef concept is because everything that flows down from the watershed, eventually ends up in the coastal area and then moving towards the marine areas where you have, one of the most important ecosystems, the coral reefs. And hence, the name ridge-to-reef. But the terrestrial portion of the ridge-to-reef concept is basically the watersheds. And as you can see here, the watershed is made up of upland, lowland, coastal, where you have the mountains and then the midstream, and then you have the agricultural areas, and all the way to the urban, going on to the coastal areas where the water from the watershed empties. And then it is bounded by what we call the ridge, and that's why it's called ridge. The ridge is supposed to be the highest points surrounding a given river system, or it is the boundary that defines the area of a watershed. And then from the ridge originates all the runoff. The surface runoff converge in the main river that drains out all the water collected in the watershed. And again, this is just a review. I might be lecturing to people who already knows about this, but nonetheless, it's a good review. Okay. Now, this is a watershed in Surigao, in Surigao del Sur. I took this picture, or one of my colleagues took this picture in one of my projects in Surigao del Sur way back in 1996. So that was, more than 23 years ago. And this is a watershed, The boundary, it has the lowland, upland, coastal units, and then it is bounded by the ridge, and that is the boundary of this watershed. And then, as I said, the water originates, the surface runoff originates from the ridge, flows down to the main river. Main river brings out all the water from the watershed to the coastal area. So just so we are very clear about the concept of what a watershed is as a ridge-to-reef landscape unit. Because a while ago in the presentation of Dr. Ricky, Dean Ricky, he mentioned about the confusion, And I agree that there are still people who are confused about the concept of a watershed, because there are still people who just think of a watershed as that part of a landscape, which is up in the mountains. But in truth and in reality, on the ground, this is what a watershed is. It is a ridge-to-reef landscape unit. And the reality also on the ground is that watersheds are side by side with each other, Side by side with each other, magkakatabihan, And our landscape is like that. It's made up of watersheds, alongside each other. A town is made up of many watersheds. This is General Nakar, Quezon. You will see the different colors, the different colored polygons. These are the watersheds inside General Nakar, And then this is the province of Los Baños. The boundary of Los Baños is the red line. And you will see there also different polygons that are the watersheds that are inside Los Baños. But it is important to note here that, not sure whether the pointer will work. No, it's not going to work because the lead wall absorbs the pointer's laser beam. But the areas, the areas outside the red line, you will see here that not all watersheds are inside the boundary of Los Baños, and that's the reality in many in many occasions. You know, a certain municipality can have many watersheds. Some of them are wholly inside the watershed, but some of them are also partly inside the watershed. And then those that are partly inside the boundary of the watershed of a town is shared with another town. Okay, and usually, again, that's the case in many many LGUs. Okay, it's not working. Oops. And this is the province of Laguna, and Laguna is made up of different watersheds. Okay. Now, if Los Baños, which is a town of Laguna, is made up of different watersheds, the entire province of Laguna is made up of different watersheds. All the watersheds inside Los Baños are inside Laguna, you know, and hence, you know, the idea, you know, that Ridge-to-Reef must apply also to the provinces, you know, is justified because of these reasons that the watershed, that the province or a province is made up of watersheds, you know, inside. So think of the province as subdivided into watershed units. And this is the province of La Union, you know, where you have also different watersheds inside the boundary of La Union. By the way, La Union and Laguna host the two pilot sites of our project funded by PCARRD, which we call WILUP, you know, Watershed Integrated Area Land Use Planning Project, you know, which we have in Los Baños and in San Gabriel, La Union. Now, most islands are made up of watershed. This is Samar Island, and Samar Island is made up of many watersheds, as you can see there. You know, some are large watersheds, such as Katubig, you know, watershed, and many are smaller watersheds, especially those located along the coastline. Next slide, please. And this is the Philippines. The Philippines is subdivided into different watersheds. And you know, here you can see how justifiable the use of Ridge-to-Reef approaches to land use planning. You know, for the main reason that it subdivides the whole Philippines into distinct units of watersheds. Next slide, please. Now, the Ridge-to-Reef Watershed Ecosystem approach, you know, is a perfect venue for managing interconnected ecosystems. This was mentioned by Secretary Solidum in his speech this morning. You know? And the reality in a watershed is that you have many different ecosystems that are interconnected with each other, beginning from the ridge all the way to the coastal and the marine ecosystems. No? So that is how it looks like in a watershed. No? It's made up of different ecosystems that are side by side with each other, that are interconnected and interact with one another. And then it is a perfect framework also for promoting the resilience of the entire watershed, you know, where the resilience of one ecosystem influences the resilience of the other ecosystems. Now, what we're saying here is that, you know, whatever you do in one ecosystem, you are actually going to have an impact or impacts on other ecosystems, you know, albeit invariable. Okay, so there's nothing you can do in one watershed. There's nothing you can do in one ecosystem that will not have impacts on the entire watershed. No, and even the coastal and the marine areas. Okay, so that's the dynamic. That's how a watershed is, and that is why when we think of doing anything in the watershed, when we think of using a particular part of the watershed for a specific use, we have to be aware and conscious that it will bear impacts on the other parts of the watershed, and hence it is why Ridge-to-Reef approach was actually used in the preparation of comprehensive land use plan, because we want that the achievement of socioeconomic development goals will not have negative impacts or will not compromise the sustainability of the ecosystems inside the watershed. And then we have also to recognize that the problems that we're dealing with, if you look at them within a watershed, they are interconnected problems. And hence, the only way that we can rightly or appropriately address these interconnected problems is using an integrated framework, and that is the Ridge-to-Reef and watershed framework. Okay, like for instance, if we talk about our problems with water or problems with soil, we are actually talking about processes that actually are happening within a watershed. No? So, for instance, flooding and soil erosion. These are not governed by forces that straddles boundaries of the watershed. No? Okay. So yung erosion in one watershed is not at all related in the erosion in another watershed. They are two different processes that are divided or defined by the boundary, delimited by the boundary. And hence, when we talk about soil and water conservation, there's no other unit that you can use except the watershed, because you cannot possibly assess the behavior of soil erosion and the behavior of water, if you are not talking about one whole watershed unit. And in developing plans using Ridge-to-Reef approach, that's also a perfect venue or platform for promoting multi-agency collaboration. Multi-agency collaboration where the NGAs can have their sectoral plans integrated with each other. If the NGAs can use the same platform, the same physical reference for developing their sectoral plans, then it is ensured that the NGA's plans are going to be integrated. I will show that in the slides following. So you have different agencies within a watershed, and if they use the same framework for the watershed for designing their sectoral plans, that will inherently become or naturally become integrated in themselves, originating from the same physical framework. And then if you talk about the multi-development programs, the only way that you can coordinate them is when you use the same platform. If you use the same physical reference unit, that's the only way that you can design multiple programs that are interconnected or that are synergistic, with each other. This is the visualization of the aspirations, the elements of the HLURB guidebook. It says there that the HLURB guidebook seeks to promote integration of CCAARRD, integration of public-private land use management, integration of other sectors, inter-LGU and interagency arrangements, inclusion of green growth and urban design, precedence of spatial plans over other plans. Now, let me just stop here and put emphasis on that. It says, sa guidebook, that the spatial plans have precedence over other plans. Ano ba yung spatial plans? The spatial plans are the land use plans, and that all other plans must emanate from it. Okay, you cannot have any development plans on the ground, that does not align with the ideal land use plan, you know. So that's what that aspiration is all about. And then linkage of CLUP to the PDPFP and other plans. These are the aspirations, no? These are the aspirations of the HLURB guidebook, you know, and these are what we must aspire for as well at the provincial level. And then later on, this is also what we must aspire for at the regional level. Ivan, that will be the challenge. We will have to bring this up to the regional level, you know, eventually. You know. And you know, that's the challenge. So if we can do it at the, you know, if this is envisioned to be accomplished at the municipal level or city level, this is for sure going to be something that we can achieve at the provincial level. The question is, what will it take for us to be able to do this at the provincial level? In using the Ridge-to-Reef approach to updating the PDPFP of La Union, for instance, you know, and we are nearly signing the memorandum of agreement with the province of La Union, you know, so we can begin the updating of their PDPFP. It will be La Union will be the first one to do this, you know. I mean, simplistically, this is how Ridge-to-Reef approach is operationalized, no? You have La Union here with several several watersheds inside them. I think there are 18 watersheds inside the province of La Union. And the first step is, again, this is very simplistic, you know, there are many intervening processes that must take place. But simplistically, the first step, you know, the first step is to prepare zoning and management plans for its watershed. So you identify first what the watersheds are inside a province. And then once you have identified all the watersheds in the province, you develop the ideal zoning plans for each of the watershed. Again, zoning plans for each of the watershed. Now, what is the ideal zoning plan? The ideal zoning plan is the ideal combination of production and protection zones, you know, and we can expand that to actually what was mentioned by Director Ana, you know, Bunagua, okay, that we can actually expand this zoning to not only production and protection, but also to include now the settlement and the infrastructure being a major uses of lands, you know. So for each of those 18 watersheds, we determine what the ideal combinations, no, are of the different uses. Now, when we say ideal because this combination, certain combination of uses in a watershed will ensure that the ecosystem services within a watershed is going to be sustainable. In other words, the 18 watersheds will have different ideal combination of zones, okay? Because they differ in physical, biological, and even economic circumstances. And hence, the zoning that is ideal for one watershed inside La Union is not going to be the same, you know, with all the other watersheds. Now, that sounds to be complicated, but I tell you, you know, that process now can be simplified. No, I'm not saying that it is a simple process, but it is not as complicated as probably you're now thinking about. No. So, once the ideal zoning has been done, now you are ready to use the ideal zoning of each watershed in developing or updating the PDPFP, you know, the provincial climate action plans, no, the provincial disaster risk management plans, and other plans, no, or the other sectoral plans actually, which are supposed to be part anyway of PDPFPs. No? Now you have the ideal zoning for each of the watershed, no? Now the PDPFPs and everything that's in it, okay, will now have to align with the ideal zoning for each of the watershed if you want to protect the sustainability and resilience of the ecosystem services in each of the 18 watersheds. And then you can use now the PDPFP as basis for developing the CLUPs. No? Okay? See, without Ridge-to-Reef PDPFP, the step one is the task of municipalities and cities. No? Without Ridge-to-Reef PDPFP, again, ang gagawa ng zoning of each watershed sa municipal level will be the munisipyo or the city. Pero pag mayroon ka ng Ridge-to-Reef na Provincial Development Physical Framework Plan, yung zoning ng each of the watershed hindi na gagawin ng munisipyo. Kasi ginawa na at the province, and hence hindi na yung gagawin ng munisipyo. That now simplifies or streamlines the work of LGU, now municipality, in designing the Ridge-to-Reef, CLUP. Okay. And the same is true for the province of Laguna. That's how it has to be done. Okay. So what are the common concerns raised? Mamaya siguro pag-uusapan natin ito sa discussion, baka lalabas, the first question is, will LGUs be able to do it? No? Mahirap ba yan? I'm very sure nung ginagawa yung HLURB guidebook, di ko alam kung nando na rin si Ivan noon, when the guidebook was probably being done, this is the first question siguro, that was being asked. Will the LGUs be able to do it, Especially now that I have described to you how robust implementation of Ridge-to-Reef approach, is to be implemented. Okay. Now, the Ridge-to-Reef approach is doable with engagement of concerned LGUs, NGAs, and other stakeholders. If you look at one LGUs doing it, especially one municipio or one city doing it, it's going to be difficult. No? It's going to be difficult because Ridge-to-Reef approach, as I said, entails the study of the different ecosystem or different watersheds within the LGUs, and it's going to be very difficult for one LGU to do it. It has to be in partnership with NGAs and other stakeholders, and later on, SUCs will play a very important role in this process to make LGUs able to do the process. Okay, so that's the common concern. But if this aspiration has to be accomplished, then LGUs must be able to do it. If the LGUs cannot do it, then these aspirations cannot be achieved or will not be achieved. Second consideration, this is additional task for LGUs that are already loaded with many prescribed plans to prepare. This is very true. This is very true. But the Ridge-to-Reef approach will streamline the preparation of prescribed sectoral plans. As designed, according to the presentation of Director Ana, the sectoral plans must be derived from the physical plans, isn't it? The sectoral plans must be derived from the physical plans or the physical framework plans. Okay? So if you have a good physical framework plan, okay, and you use the same plan for all the sectoral plans, then you're actually simplifying it, right, and streamlining it. Because now the way that it's being done is that a town or a city is preparing these plans in parallel processes, right? But if you use the Ridge-to-Reef approach, development of say a CLUP or PDPFP, you are actually simplifying the preparation of these different plans because you now have one common origin from which to derive the different sectoral plans. That ensures one, you don't start from scratch every time you prepare a sectoral plan. And then second is that all the sectoral plans then that emanates from the same framework are supposed to be or expectedly going to be integrated and synchronized. And then the other concern is that it may be challenging to gather LGUs sharing the same watersheds to plan together. And again, it has been mentioned before or in the previous presentations. Okay? But we know that Ridge-to-Reef watershed ecosystem approach is a logical framework for promoting shared benefits and responsibilities. If we have different LGUs sharing a watershed, it takes some education and convincing and persuading, that it is to their common interest, if they work together and plan together, especially if they're sharing a common watershed. Okay. Madali namang explain yan. Sometimes we think that the LGUs are not able to understand it, but based on my experience working with LGUs, they can understand, and see, the benefits of something like the Ridge-to-Reef approach. Okay. Madali naman naiintindihan yan and I'm very sure ating mga LGUs, are capable also to perceive all of this. And then, it may be challenging for concerned NGAs to plan together. Kasi kailangan yung mga NGAs will have to plan together and be part of this. Remember, NGAs are also part of the planning team, supposedly, sa CLUP. But the question is, are they really working together, in that aspect, But yung Ridge-to-Reef approach, kasi especially at the provincial level, we can invoke on the organizational structure of the Regional Development Council, because the Regional Development Council is made up of different government agencies and LGUs, that are located or that are within the regional, within a particular region. We presented this concept to Region 4A, and this was basically adopted, and recommended by our LUC to the RDC, to use the Ridge-to-Reef approach for all the provinces located in Region 4A. So, RDC is poised, to actually cause the implementation of this. They can play an important part in the adoption of Ridge-to-Reef approach. And then, what is the assurance that the Ridge-to-Reef plans will be used or implemented? And I think this is something that is also an important questions to be answered. And again, previous speakers already alluded to some of the remedies to this. How this can be actually ensured that the plans will be implemented. And for instance, setting in place a strict monitoring and evaluation system, can actually compel or motivate local government units to implement comprehensive land use plans. So that even if they invest, because this will entail new investments or additional investments to prepare, that they will use it and not waste the resources that they put in. The multi-agency, multi-LGU bodies like River Basin Management Council and RDC have the power to compel. They have the power to compel. For instance, this is a watershed. This is an integrated water resources management council in, I think this is in Ilog, Hilabangan River Basin, and River Basin Management Council or watershed management councils are actually composed of LGUs, no? And national government agencies that operates within a particular river basin, and they have the mandate to harmonize development, management control, regulation of land use and developments, you know. They have this function, they have these mandates, you know. And incidentally, I think Director Nelson here can attest, you know, that this management council probably is one of the most active, you know, river basin council that we have in the country. You know? And they can actually exercise their mandates to make sure that the R2R, you know, PDPFPs or CLUPs are actually implemented. And then, as I said, you know, RDC, you know, has almost the same compositions and mandates. So what are the imperatives? This is my last slide, by the way. Sorry for taking a lot of time. One is we need to institutionalize the use of Ridge-to-Reef-based PDPFP, CLUP, and CBD as basis for developing regional development plans and priority programs. I think we're almost decided, you know, that this is going to be the movement in the revision of the guidelines for PDPFP, you know, that R2R will be used, no? But I think the bigger question is, so what then, no? How can we now motivate the LGUs, the provinces, you know, and towns and cities to actually use the Ridge-to-Reef approach, no? And one way of doing that is to make sure that this becomes the basis for developing regional development plans, you know, and priority programs. In other words, you know, when a particular agency design their plans and programs, it must be something that is directed towards the needs that are articulated in the Ridge-to-Reef based CLUP, CDP, or PDPFPs. You know? Kinakailangan maging basis yon, no, for regional development planning and setting of priority programs. If not, what will be my motivation if I am the province or if I am the town or cities? You know, if it's not going to be used anyway, that will redound to my advantage. No? Okay, it will redound only to my advantage if my plan is going to be used as basis for designing programs, no, of the regions. Okay. And then institutionalize harmony and consistency of CLUP with PDPFP as basis for approval. I think this is already part of the process. Actually, you know, it just needs to be revisited and see how this can be done more effectively. Kasi kanina na present na ni Director Ana, you know, yung ilan sa mga legal basis, no? Legal basis for actually promoting the consistency and harmony of CLUP with PDPFP, no? And then mindset transformation is going to be a process as well. You know, it's going to be a need. But this is something that is not impossible to do. You know, mindset transformation can happen, you know, very quickly or very slowly. You know, we just have to take, you know, as much time as we need to make people understand, you know, that change in thinking, you know, must happen. And then we have to develop the technical expertise of LGUs. Again, this was mentioned already, you know, before. We understand that the LGUs have very limited, you know, or have limited technical expertise in developing of plans like this, especially, you know, if the full implementation or robust implementation of Ridge-to-Reef approach is pushed, you know. But their capability or expertise can be developed by developing in-house capability or by developing support systems for them. No? And to develop their support systems, no, they can actually be supported by SUCs. The SUCs can be developed into hubs of technical services. No? Like sa La Union, no, there is MMSU, no, that can actually provide support to the province of La Union. Okay? But we just have to develop that. No? Kailangan i-develop mo yan. No? There has to be a systematic program of developing also the expertise of the SUCs to be able to provide the technical services, no, to the local government units. And then we need to make sure that there is availability of land capability zones for all watersheds. Now remember what I said, the first step, develop the ideal zoning. No? And the ideal zoning can be done beforehand. No? The project WILUP already discussed this with DNR through USEC CP the bid, and he was very keen on being informed on how this is going to be, or how this can be done, you know, because DNR, you know, is interested in participating in developing already the zoning ideal for each of the watershed. Okay? So pag ginawa na yan at the national level, no, hindi na gagawin at the provincial, no, kukunin na lang ng province yung information, yung maps, no, on the ideal zoning for each of the watershed. No. Then that will simplify the operationalization at the provincial and the municipal level. Then availability of data sets, again, this was mentioned already before, you know, needed for planning, like climate projections, you know, hydrological projections, you know, and then land use and land cover. And then a while ago, Ivan was actually mentioning that one of the things that they're pushing for is the development of information systems, no, for local government units, and that will be very, very helpful to them, you know, because that will already deliberately build up the set of information, no, or the data sets that they will need for planning purposes. No? Hindi na yung kung kailan magpaplano, tsaka pa lang magde-data collection. No? That makes the planning process more difficult, you know, than it must be. And then, there must be long-term watershed studies and monitoring, you know. And I think this is something where investments, you know, will have to be made. We need to have this. Remember, I said that in the determination of the ideal zoning, you know, merong information that will be needed, or there is a process, you know, that will have to be undertaken, and that is what we call trade-off analysis. You know, there will be trade-off analysis in terms of impacts of alternative land use combinations on the ecosystem services. No? And this will require science, this will require technologies on how to be able to do this. But even without the complete information that we need, we can already proceed, you know, in identifying the ideal zoning, no? The ideal zoning, and then improve on it as we build up our information and data sets on watersheds and ecosystems. Because we cannot assess the impact of land uses, no, on the ecosystem services if we don't understand what, you know, how that process actually takes place. No? So we cannot just play it, you know, by ear, or we cannot just play it by intuition, you know, that doing something is going to be good for the ecosystems. And that has been our problems in the past. That we assume that what we know, or that what we do is something that is beneficial, when in fact they're not. And I can cite many examples, but this is not the forum for doing that. So I think that's, is that it? Let me, yeah, meron pa palang isa. And then lastly, again, this was also mentioned, you know, in the previous presentation. I think Doc Ricky mentioned this in his presentation. Oh, we need to unify, harmonize guidelines, you know, for sectoral planning, because there are many guidelines, you know, and sometimes they are really conflicting, you know, or competing with one another, and we have to actually address this. So I think that's the last part, and this is where my presentation ends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Rex, for your insightful and profound presentation on the Ridge-to-Reef Watershed Ecosystem approach. At this moment, we would like to first acknowledge the presence of the Dean of the UPLB College of Forestry and Natural Resources, Dean Marlo Mendoza. And now to moderate this afternoon session, let's welcome back on stage Assistant Professor Aletea C. Araneta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all right? Everyone's still here? Okay, so good afternoon. After hearing the presentations from this morning, I hope you were able to digest them. And we have a dessert from Sir Rex Cruz, the last presentation. And we are now going to the exciting part. So our audiences, both here at PICC and those online, I think we have about 250 from both Zoom and Facebook, may have a question, may have 1 to 2 questions about the very informative presentations we've heard. So with that, let's call back on stage our speakers, Dean Ricky Sandalo, Director Nelson Gorospe, Mr. Ivan Sumilang, Dr. Rex Cruz, and Dr. Reynaldo Ebora for the Q&A portion of our forum. So for everyone here and even those online, if you want to ask a question here from the group here at PICC, just approach the microphone. So we have one microphone here at the 2 microphones here at the center aisle. Please state your name and your organization. Please also kindly identify the resource person you would like to answer the question, or if you would like all of them to answer your question, please also say so. And then your question. So ideally, we'll just ask one question. No, I know some of you might have like 3 questions, but please try to summarize just one at a time, and then we'll try to process. We will also be fielding in questions from those from Zoom and Facebook. Marami na po silang na put forward na questions. And for our online participants, you can just post your questions in the chat box or the comment section, but still, please state your name, where you are from, who you want to answer, and your one question at a time only. Okay, let's start. They're all seated here. I will also join them there while the participants are thinking about their question. Let's give them 3 seconds to think. Anyone from the floor who would like to start? Ayun, meron na po tayo, ma'am. Please use the mic here at the aisle.
Good afternoon po. I'm Lynn Resurrection. I'm from the media. I'm from Business Mirror. One comment, and anyone can reply to this, is that I was surprised to hear that we're still talking about this Ridge-to-Reef procedure or process, no? Because I was involved in World Bank research in early 20s, and we've talked about this already, and we had a research in Siargao, and unfortunately there's a problem in Siargao now regarding pollution, no? Environmental pollution. So yun po, I'm just surprised that we're still talking about this now and for its implementation. So anybody can reply about that. And another is for Dr. Rex. May we know po the details regarding the development on the project in La Union? You said that it might be the first areas to use this Ridge-to-Reef program. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Ma'am Lynn. Anyone who'd like to comment on the first question or statement of Ma'am Lynn? Why are we still talking about this now? And yun, the next question ni Ma'am about LU being one of the first. Sige po, Dean Ricky.
Siguro mauna na ako magsagot kasi medyo may katandaan na ako, kaya
alam ko siguro yung meron akong idea kung bakit, no? Basically, ang kwento dito ay hindi pa natin naipapatupad. So talaga nag-usap tayo ng usap pa ngayon kasi wala tayong mga sapat mga paraan kung paano ba talaga siya mangyayari, yung Ridge-to-Reef na yan. Kaya nandito pa tayo ngayon kasi hindi pa nga siya, kaya nga tinatawag na National Policy Forum kasi talagang hindi pa nabubuo yung ating polisiya. Nandun yung mga ideya, nandun yung mga pagsusubok, tulad nga na ikwento ko sa inyo na sa Palawan, ginagawa na namin to. Noong araw, ginagawa na natin to. Pero na po kaming plano doon, nakasuna na po ang lahat ng ang lugar ng Palawan at i-implement na lang. Pero hindi sa buong Pilipinas. So, hindi pa ho, nasa ano pa lang tayo, nasa start pa lang tayo ng laro, ng ball game. So, to me, it's not yet realized.
Hello po. Naririnig po ba ako? Ayun. So, bakit po ganun, no? Sabi nga ni Sir Ricky, nadun pa tayo sa masakit mang isipin or mapakinggan sa aming mga planners na nandun pa rin tayo sa konsepto ng yung mga plano natin ay for compliance. But yung new generation of planners, katulad nung mga sa amin sa DSUD ngayon, tumatalo na tayo sa implementation, sa monitoring. Napakahalaga nung M&E sa part ng planning, which is yun yung nakakalimutan. Na dapat dun din natin hindi lang nakapagpasa ng plano, kundi na ipatupad mo ba? Ilang porsyento ng plano ng ipinatupad mo? Nasa Mandanas Garcia ruling na tayo, yun dapat ang sinisingil natin sa ating mga LGUs. Binigyan ka ng mas malaking pera, binigyan ka ng mas malaking responsibilidad, saan kita sisingilin? Doon sa plano mo. Ginawa mo ba? Yun dapat na yung tingnan natin. Kami po sa DSUD, ang RA 11201 o yung DSUD law, binibigyan po ang DSUD ng kakayahan to give sanctions and awards sa mga LGUs na nagko-comply. However, medyo baby pa kami, hindi na baby ilang taon na. Pero bigyan ko lang po kayo ng update, no. As of now, ang DSUD po ay nagawa na namin yung monitoring framework sa pangunguna ng Monitoring and Evaluation Division namin. Ang kasunod ng step is yung monitoring plan. Paano namin sisingilin, paano kami tatawid ng pagtingin sa ginawa mo ba yung plano beyond compliance. And this is also, we are looking forward to tie up yung strong tie-up namin with DILG, maitahi ng mga indicators sa SGLG ng mas maganda, hindi lang presence or absence, kundi nagawa mo ba. So sana po ma-realize natin yun moving forward, pero marami pang trabaho, marami pang kailangan gawin.
Gusto ko lang dagdagan yung sinabi ni Dean Ricky at saka ni Ivan, no? When I was a student, that was very long time ago. I'm older than Dean Ricky, by the way. When I was a student, it was very rare, or perhaps it wasn't mentioned yet at that time, yung systems approach, integrated approach, no? At that time, di pa pinag-uusapan yun no? At that time, di pa pinag-uusapan yun. But towards the late 1970s, that's where integrated area development actually started, no? And that was started by I forgot his name, one of the Salas boys of President Marcos at that time. No? I thought it was one of the brilliant concept, of development at that time. And up to now, I think it is the best concept of development, integrated area development. But you know what? What happened to that project actually is, it appears to have just died naturally, except for the integrated area development program in Palawan, and yung integrated project sa Aurora actually also persisted, kaya lang hindi as Hindi as good as what happened sa Palawan, you know. Now, ang question is, bakit hindi? Ang tagal na pala niyan, no? Ang tagal na pala nung integrated approaches na yan, no? Kasi yung Ridge-to-Reef approach is an integrated approach, is a system approach, no? Bakit hindi nag-materialize? You know what? I did a study on that. This is my first professorial study, you know, when I came back from the US. What happened to the integrated area development plan? Mindset, no? Mindset. People were not prepared, agencies were not prepared at that time to actually work together. You know? They were not prepared. And I think that is still the case now. Hindi pa tayo prepared eh. Hindi pa tayo prepared. Yung mindset natin is still, you know, we're still caught up in a sectorally minded, thinking process eh. Hindi pa natin na yung ecosystem thinking, no? Actually, yung systems approach, you know, been derived its concept from the ecosystem, eh, no? Hindi pa natin tinitingnan ang ating kabuuan, ang ating kapaligiran as just one system. No? Hindi pa tayo sanay sa ganon, eh. No? Such that when we think of assessing our actions and decisions, you know, ang tinitingnan lang natin ay very small scope eh. You know, we're not used to thinking of ano ba yung magiging impact ng decision na ito to the whole system. No? Ang tinitingnan lang natin is ano bang magiging, for instance, no, without any disrespect for the farmers, no. Traditionally, ang farmers will make a decision, no, on what to do in his farm just on the basis of what will happen to his farm, no. And still, that is how we make decisions now in many instances. No? Parang ganun pa rin yung, yung proseso na nangyayari. Ganun pa rin yung mindset natin. That's why, if there is any imperative that, you know, that we may want to focus on, it's really changing the mindsets, no? Which is going to, from where all the changes can actually emanate from. No? So yun lang.
Magdadagdag lang ang kaunti at sa sinabi ni Doc Rex, no. I think nabagit din naman niya ng Palawan, no. I think ang pagkakaiba sa mga projects, kasi I was involved in the 5th IAD project ng Palawan, no. And the first IAD project actually is the Bicol River Basin Program, BRBDP. Yun yung mga projects noon na and they were all foreign funded, no. I think what is different kung bakit nangyari sa Palawan, yung Ridge-to-Reef na approach na yan, is because we had the law. Yung plano namin ay ginawang batas. And I think that is very important sa ngayon, kaya nga meron tayong National Policy Forum, kasi kailangan nating institutionalize, kailangan nating ilagay sa normal na proseso. Hindi yung ang mga IAD projects sa noon, puro mga special projects lang eh. May time-bounded eh. It's a project, no? Hindi siya naka-ingrain sa ating bureaucracia. Kaya patuloy pa rin yung pagiging sectoral nating lahat, hindi tayo nagko-converge sa isang plano. So to me, kailangan nating palakasin pa yung ating pag-institutionalize ng ating mga ginagawa.
Thank you po.
So,
yes, sir. Go, Sir Rex.
The reason why Palawan actually had, you know, were able to set up yung legal framework nila is because there was a change in the mindset of those who prepared the legal framework. You know, they were convinced that was the way to go. No? And I think, you know, at the national government, ganun din eh, meron na tayong ganyan decision eh. That's why I said, you know, HLURB na andun eh, no, nilagay na nila, no, na-recognize na yun ang talagang way to go. Kailangan na lang natin ngayon others to follow in changing their mindsets, no? Hindi pwedeng magbago lang yung mindset natin at the national level pero, you know, yung iba ay hindi magbabago, no? Even many other national government agencies, mindset nila ano pa rin, di ba? Lagi naman natin sinasabi, di ba, silo mentality, no? And that is still the reality, no? In many of our agencies. So without any, without any disrespect to anyone.
Thank you po for a very interesting start sa discussion. No? Nagka-historical background of the integrated area development plan. And maganda yung na-point ni Sir about the mindset. It's the frameworks are there, the guidelines are there. It's the people who will be working together to put it into place or into action. It's needed. Yung siguro yung second comment ni Ma'am Lynn, yes, regarding sa La Union po, right? Yung the first plan in La Union, tama po, Sir Rex.
Yeah, we are still in the process. Andiyan pa ba yung ating mga kasamahan from from La Union? Yeah, they're still there. We're still in the process of agreeing, yung signing the agreement, to update their provincial development physical framework plan. Hopefully that can happen very soon. No? That will start actually big capacity building, with IEC. That part is the mindset, mindset transformation. Hopefully that can happen very quickly. And I think for greater details, you can actually discuss with the LGU the province, table 10. No? I think the PPDO is with them. No, nasa kanila, kasama nila. So, please.
Ayan, binato na ni Sir sa table 10. Ma'am Lynn, for a follow-up po.
Yeah, I just want to thank the speakers for answering the question, and it's really very sad to think that we really have this mindset now, because the research that I was involved in was 20 years ago, and we're just still doing it now. The policy suggestion, formulation, we're just doing it now, 20 years after when the idea was being used. No. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma'am Lynn. Meron pong gusto pang idagdag ang ating panel. Pero mukhang na-emphasize na sa atin ang need for this forum. So, other participants would like to ask? Other participants from the floor po? Yes, ma'am, from table 10.
I am Cheryl Katbagan from Provincial Government of La Union. Doon sa sinabi po ni Dr. Sumilang kanina regarding doon sa doable ba sa mga LGUs. Kasi sa presentation po kanina, pinupush na natin dito ang green growth, kailangan yung hydrological research, mga ganyan. So sa mga LGUs po ba, dahil nasabi din kanina na nandun na tayo sa Mandanas ruling, balik po tayo sa mga LGUs. Are they capable para gawin po? Kasi sinasabi na natin kanina na kailangan po natin dito ng data gathering, kasi kailangan natin yung data sets doon sa pag-formulate po natin ng planning, development planning na sinasabi po natin itong Ridge-to-Reef. Balik po tayo doon sa ano po yung way forward po ng mga national agencies para magkaroon po ng capability yung mga LGUs, para magkaroon po tayo ng mga data sets na kailangan dito sa pag-formulate po natin ng Ridge-to-Reef, considering na ang MENRO po is an optional office sa pagdating sa mga LGUs. So papaano po yung capability para magkaroon po tayo ng baseline data na magagamit po natin sa paggawa po ng planning po na ito?
Sir Ivan?
Ayun po, no. Kasama po dun sa dun sa EO 138, sinasabi doon yung patuloy na pagbibigay ng capability building sa ating mga LGUs. Kami po sa DSUD, ang intention namin is to simplify everything, to transition na sa digitalization. Yun nga pong binanggit ko kanina kay Sir Rex. Ang aim namin is for LGUs to learn how to do a data build-up. Parang nagde-datagad ka na, kumbaga, wala pang utos sa atin na magplano, pero nagko-collect na tayo ng data. Kailan kukunin yung data, saan kukunin yung data, paano to i-maintain, paano to i-organize. Tapos, the idea is, kapag planning period na, another planning cycle na, i-generate na lang. Isa po yun sa mga tinitingnan namin pagdating ng pag-update namin ng guidebook ng PDP-EPI at saka CLUP. With regards po dun sa usapin ng mga datasets, patuloy din po kaming nakikipag-partner sa mga partner NGAs. Sinasabi nga namin yung CLUP ay hindi lang pag-aari ni DSUD, but pag-aari din ng ibang national government agencies. Sabi namin, if you want to pursue your advocate, halimbawa to protect the forest, give us the data or share the LGUs the data. Kasi kung wala yung data, hindi nabibigyan yung LGU ng data. Yun ang pansin ko po on the ground eh. Isa sa mga hirap na hirap yung LGU is hindi yung pag-interpret pa mismo eh, kundi yung pag-organize ng data. Sinong kukuha ng data, tuwing kailan kukunin yung data. Yun po yung nakita kong bottleneck. Doon talagang sa 12-step, pinag-usapan nga namin kanina ni Julia, yun sa nag-a-analyze ka na, hindi ka makatalon sa analyzation eh. Kasi, paano ka magpaplano? Wala kang datos. Paano ka magpaplano? Ano yun? Manghuhula lang ba tayo? So, yun po. Yun ang nakikita naming beauty. And doon sa ini-envision namin na digitalization. Pinag-uusapan na rin namin yan ng mga kasamahan namin sa DILG. Kasi plano din namin na itahi ito doon sa Plan Smart ng DOST. So meron na rin convergence sa mga national government agencies para maiwasan yung duplication, yung mga paulit-ulit, tapos doon namin ipapasok. Ang challenge na lang sa amin ngayon, moving forward, is ano na yung existing, ano na yung gagamitin na mga platforms, ano yung basic na dapat kinokolekta ng LGU. And with that, ang pinaka-basic, yung eco profile, tapos yung iba, improve na namin moving forward. Ayun po.
Thank you, Sir Ivan. Okay, follow up, ma'am. Yes po.
I agree with you, sir, pagdating dun sa sinasabi nyo pong bottleneck. May bottleneck kasi wala naman pong gagawa pagdating sa mga LGUs. Pagdating sa isang province, for example, we wanted to know the forest degradation, we wanted to know the increase in forest cover, we wanted to know the groundwater vulnerability, pero wala pong gumagawa nun kasi wala pa pong capable. Hindi nga po natin mandatory na may menro sa kanila. So, sino pong gagawa? Si PPDO? Si PDRR po ba? Si engineering po ba? Yun po yung nangyayari. So, dito kasi sa planning na ito, ang dami nating kailangang data pagdating sa environmental management. Pero sino po yung gagawa? Kasi yung mga LGUs, nire-require na natin yung mandanas ruling sa kanila, pero wala pa rin silang capability, wala pa rin pong tao. So ngayon pinag-uusapan na naman po natin yung Ridge-to-Reef approach na kailangan pong ang daming data from the environmental management, pero wala pong gagawa pagdating sa mga LGUs. Meron pa rin tayong kakulangan, paano tayo magkakaroon ng baseline data na magagamit po natin sa planning approach po na ito.
May dagdag comment, sir? Yes, sir.
Sige po, dagdag ko lang. Again, malaki din po yung role ng ibang local NGAs, national government agencies, lalo na po, sir, sa DNR, baka meron po kayong i-share. I will pass the ball.
Yeah, I was about to react kanina. No? I think isang problema dito, yung transparency as regards data sets. Halos lahat ng government agencies, meron silang kanya-kanyang information management system. It pains us to know na when we do the updating of the master plan, we are having a hard time to access yung data sets available sa other agencies. I think interoperability of management information systems ang isang solusyon dito. Then another thing, just to add to what Ivan said, ang isang importante talaga dito is yung capacity building. We have to capacitate the local government units. Aside from, of course, probably we have to put some money. Kaya nga, I was mentioning kanina umaga, the possibility of tapping into innovative financing mechanisms, like for example, payment for ecosystem services. I think importante rin siguro yung magkakaroon ng parang facility, for example, just to cite one, a facility that would teach the local government units how to package projects para maka-access sa non-traditional fund sources.
Thank you po. Sir, may karagdagan po bang komento pa ang ibang panel members? Hello? Hello? Dean Ricky, sige pa.
Yun, dadagdagan, kagaya din ng sinabi ni Sir Rex, no? Kailangan din siguro ng maayos na mindset, pagbabago ng mindset ng mga national agencies. Ano ba ang role ng isang national agency? No? Hindi lang magsasabi na ito ang gawin nyo. Kung hindi, mas maganda rin siguro ang mindset ng national agencies, pati ang mga provincial government. No? Ang kanilang role ay mag-assist, magtumulong sa kakayahan, ma-improve yung kakayahan ng mga local governments. No? Pagka yung ang nangyayaring mindset na hingi na magkukuha lang magsasabi na kayo itong gawin ninyo, siguro kailangan kasama sa mindset ng isang national agency o mindset din ng mga mas nakakataas na mga ahensya ay yung paano matulungan yung local government. Alam naman natin yun eh. MPDC, yung opisina ng MPDC, isa lang, tapos may driver. Ano naman magagawa niya kung marami tayong ipapagawa, kung hindi natin sa tutulungan. No? So, kailangan mag-isip siguro, this is coming from yung isang nagtuturo sa pagpaplano, ay siguro kailangan nating ma-improve yung mindset ng national agencies kung paano niya tutulungan yung mga local governments. No? Hindi dito nag-aaway-away na sino ang mas powerful, no? Between the national and the local. Ang importante kung paano magtulungan. Ganon din ang provincial government. Ngayon, PDFPP ang pinag-uusapan natin, yung provincial plan. No? Dapat, ang plano ng probinsya, paano siya makatulong sa munisipyo? Para magkaroon ng collaboration yung dalawang munisipyo na nag-share ng isang watershed, for example. So, yun yung aking recommendation kanina na kailangan palakasin natin ang kakayahan. Hindi lamang sa number of tao, no? Kailangan pati facilities. Yung nga, gusto natin gumawa ng mapa yung mga LGUs sa CLUP nila. Di sila marunong mag-GIS. Ngayon, marunong na sila mag-GIS pero wala naman silang permanent item para sa GIS person. O di, marirecruit ng mga private organization. Wala na namang tao gagawa ng mapa. O di, kailangan, tingnan natin yung mga ganong klaseng capabilities. Kailangan improve natin yung capabilities.
Sir, dagdag ko lang, no. Sir, yung sa pansin namin, sa pagbibigay ng TA, no, tama kayo. Ang napansin namin on the ground, magbibigay naman ng TA. Actually, sobrang daming TA na nga rin nung nabibigay ng mga NGAs. However, yung mga train or pinapadala pag minsan, COS, tama kayo, na pag gumaling, napapirate. So yun yung nire-raise namin na yung human resource complement ng LGU, kailangan na ding i-revisit, kailangan tingnan. Kasi baka hindi na rin effective yung puro captive lang. So doon namin naisip na baka kailangan ng information system para mas mabilis yung pag-generate ng mga data. Kailangan ding may polisiya on human resource complement as well as tuloy-tuloy na TA for the LGUs. Side by side naman yun. Yun din po yung pinag-uusapan namin ng DILG na pag minsan ang hirap singilin or maningil nang hindi ka naman nagbibigay ng TA. Ayun po.
Thank you po. So nakita natin yung realities on the ground, lalo na sa LGU at yung mga hitahing issue na hindi lang siya yung presence of plans, but of course, yung manpower, yung capability ng mga tao and request, and yung the need for the digital management system na haluan na ng human resource issue sa ating government units. So, ayan, very interesting na ang ating discussion ngayon. Anyone else from the floor who would like to ask question po? Kung wala na po sa ating plenary dahil masyado na po tayong nilalamig, ay meron po tayo from the Zoom and Facebook. Ayan. So, let me read the question po from one of our participants na pinadala ang kanyang question. From Ma'am Nikki De Vera of FAO. In the harmonization of plans, what are UPLB and DOST-PCAARRD's next steps to ensure R2R approach is mainstreamed? Is there another plan or round for piloting aside from La Union and Laguna? I think beside po dun sa nabanggit na kanina, is there anything else that you would like to add dun po sa next steps o yung mga moving forward natin after this policy forum perhaps or next round of the project? So anyone who would like to, UPLB daw and DOST-PCAARRD. So yun yung mga sasagot po sa ating tanong. Si UPLB muna dahil yun po yung unang binanggit sa question. Sir Rex.
Yeah, so anong way, anong next step to mainstream? Oh, okay. Actually, when we're having activities sa dalawang pilot sites namin, we make it a point whenever it's possible to invite other LGUs to be observers, lalo na kung may online facility, and we will continue to do that. But if the question is, are we looking for other pilot sites, to increase the modeling effect,
Is there another plan or round for sites po besides LU and Laguna?
Actually, that's something that we are considering, but of course, whenever we think about that, it means that we have to look for sources of funding. If our offer is this, if there are LGUs who want to do it on, in their own LGUs, we can actually help them, but we cannot possibly, for instance, do it without any resources that we can also use on our own, Lagi namin sinasabi sa kanila that you can keep your resources, you can we'll just tell you, we need this and we need that, but you don't have to think about us because we can fend for ourselves, but only if we have the resources to do that. So in other words, yes, the answer is yes, we can do that, and I think we can still have value addition to additional pilot testing sites, if that is something that we can do. So.
Si Sir Ebora, hawak na po niya yung microphone niya.
UPLB pa rin natin.
Sige po.
Magsasuggest na po ako.
Response na lang.
Siguro, bago po sumagot si Sir sa DOST-PCAARRD, ako magsasuggest na lang siguro ako sa DOST-PCAARRD, Kasi itong trabahong ito, I think napansin niyo naman talaga, kailangan talaga yung capability building, Kailangan talaga nating palakasin at padamihin natin yung mga nakakaintindi kung ano itong Ridge-to-Reef na ito. Kaya ang aking suggestion siguro for the moving forward, baka pwede naman ang DOST-PCAARRD ay tulungan natin yung mga HAIs natin all over the country na makatulong sila sa ating mga local government units. Sa ganung paraan, siguro yun ang magiging role siguro, sir, ng UPLB. We can help siguro strengthen the work with the HAIs kung paano makatulong sa kanya-kanyang mga regions, para makatulong sila sa paggawa ng plano. Kailangan dito ang aktibong participation ng mga HEI sa mga higher education institutions para makatulong din sila sa paggagawa ng mga plano. And I hope maybe the DOST-PCAARRD can finance that, no? Can provide funds for that para makatulong tayong lahat ng mga, ma-improve natin ang capability ng lahat.
Thank you din, Ricky. Binato na po sa funding agency.
Good afternoon po. Nagkataong mas maginaw dito kaysa dyan. Kaya napasin niyo, paurong ako ng paurong. Bali, ganito po yun. The project that was approved by PCARRD that is being implemented now will be subjected to evaluation. Kasi pilot project nga yan eh. And the main interest of PCARRD and DOST in general is to fine-tune the technology and the approach. So kung after evaluating the result of this particular initiative and it turns out to be satisfactory, then we will consider further funding in other initiative. Pero ang focus ho ng DOST is basically yung capacity building, and I agree dun sa suggestion kanina, the one way of doing it is capacitating the different SUCs in the region that in turn can help yung mga LGUs natin. But at the same time, I would like to ask the other departments na mas maraming pera ka sa DOST, kasi if you are going to look at the system, DOST is developing the technology and approach, and basically developing the concept with the help of our researchers. Once it is already done, then the actual implementation should be done by other agencies of government. For example, DNR or probably DA can help. And we can pull our resources in order to address the question. Going back dun sa unang question kanina, tama po yung nabanggit kanina ni Lynn na may buhok pa ako, pinag-uusapan na yan. Estudyante pa ako, pinag-uusapan na yung Ridge-to-Reef. At tama rin yung nabanggit kanina ni Dr. Rex na ngayong yung concept kasi nag-evolve, yung systems approach nag-evolve, pero ang question, kailan tayo kikilos? Nandun lang ba tayo lagi sa academic discussion? Nandun lang ba tayo lagi sa development of concepts? Ang palagay ko, ngayon na yung time na kailangan tayong kumilos. At yung pagkilos natin, kailangan siguro, nagkakaisa tayo, yung sinasabing harmonize. If we really are intending to use this to address the problems that are causing a lot of environmental disturbance, siguro kailangan lahat agencies of government, yung whole of nation approach, or whole of government approach, kailangan ngayon natin gawin. And DOST, specifically DOST-PCAARRD, is ready to provide the support dun sa mandate that was given to us. That is development of the technology, providing the appropriate extension service so that that particular technology can be used for the purpose it is intended to use. And then the other thing is to capacitate. And ito yung isang pwedeng gawin ng DOST at not only DOST-PCAARRD but DOST-SEI, the Science Education Institute. And the usual approach that we have is we have a project. We encourage scholars to work on that particular project so that he or she will be working on a thesis or dissertation that is really needed. Hindi lang siya theoretical or academic exercise. So for example, the project of Dr. Cruz, they can actually employ graduate students, PhD or MS, that can work on that project, and once he or she has completed the degree, can actually help the other state universities and colleges or directly the LGU. So ando na ho yung plan. Actually, ginagawa na yan ngayon. Kaya lang, it has to be done in a much bigger scale. Kasi kung hindi ho natin gagawin yon, pupusta ho ako, 20 years from now, pinag-uusapan pa rin natin tong concept. And I think it will not help the country if we are just going to be good in discussing what is supposed to be the solution to the problem. What we have to do is to address the problem in the real world. Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Ebora. Parang may closing remarks na si Sir Rex.
Yeah. Now, having heard that now from Director Ray Ebora, no, and I hope that you're not getting tired, talking about this, no, because many times I have thought about that. I was there many times in my professional life. I have thought about maybe this is something that will not really work. That's why when I saw HLURB guidebook in 2013, I was like jumping. If it was something that I thought the government is now working towards a direction that I think is the right direction, no? Using the Ridge-to-Reef approach. And but siguro ang question niya, bakit hindi pa masyadong take off? Well, yung sinabi ko na, no? It takes the mindset to change. Let me give you an example, no? I have given this in a number of other forum, no? Ang advocacy kasi is not ang advocacy kasi is not an instant it's not an instant process, or it's not a process that produce instant results, no? Many studies, like for instance, yung mga scientific breakthroughs that are major, like for instance, yung impacts ng mercury, impacts ng nicotine, and many other breakthrough findings ng science. Before policy actions actually took place, took decades, and I think for mercury it took a century, no more than a year before policy actions actually were made in response to the policy breakthroughs, no? And despite the advocacy, on the use or against the use of mercury and against the selling of nicotine containing products, no? Ganun katagal, no? Ganun katagal. Sorry, hindi ako 'yon. So, if you think that we are already spending a lot of time discussing this, no, I assure you we're not, no. We're still babies in relation to in relation to others, that advocated for a long time before they saw actual policy actions. Tayo kasi meron ng policy actions ngayon, no? Hindi na tayo naghahanap pa na sana kumilos ng policy. Meron na no? Ang kailangan na lang natin is for the other stakeholders, no, to tag along, and also have that mindset, no, na magiging compatible doon sa policy actions that we already have. Meron na, ang DNR meron na rin yan, Watershed Approach to Forest Management, no, ang DSUD, andyan na yung Ridge-to-Reef, CLUP, no? Kailangan natin Ridge-to-Reef, PDPFP, no? And again, hindi lang DSUD ang kailangan mag-isip ng ganon, but other agencies kinakailangan mag-isip din ng ganyan. Of course, kakampi na natin ng DOST, no? And DNR, kakampi na rin natin. But other agencies, must follow through, no? And other stakeholders and other LGUs, no? La Union, kasama na natin, Laguna, kasama na natin. But others, will have to really change or have also a change mindset. So, by the way, I have to ask also kanina, no? At may mga kaibigan tayo dito from mga development partners natin, from Dutch government, mayroon tayo dito, mayroon tayong tiga FAO, may tiga Asia, maybe they can help, in supporting mga additional pilot sites, And of course, ang ideal dito na gusto namin mangyari, if there will be additional sites, ang DSUD will be an active player already in that phase.
Sir, dagdag ko lang dun sa kanina, no. Yung DSUD pala, we are eyeing to have a regional training core, no, Julia, under the Technical Planning Assistance Program na gusto namin i-push through. Yun lang, no. Isa rin sa kailangan namin po yun ng budget. Baka naman. At saka po marami po kaming ang request din po sana namin sa DOST. Meron kasi kami mga list ng policy issues na hindi namin basta-basta magawa ng kaakibat na policy kasi kailangan namin ng study. Baka meron pong interfacing with DSUD at saka DOST dun sa mga part na yon. So that pag may basis na kami dun sa isang problema, for example, isa sa malaking issue sa amin yung reclassification, agricultural land reclassification. Pero nakakuha kami po ng pondo noon under isang agency. So, maganda po na ma-align din doon sa mga priority areas namin, yung mga funding or yung mga researches. Pwede rin pong para right away kung meron pong may mga studies na pwede pong mag-complement sa mga policy agenda namin. I-consider po namin agad. Kumbaga, magamit namin agad na basis for a policy. Yan po.
Thank you, Sir Ivan. So yung answers nila na nag-stem from the question of what's next. Moving forward, so may mga na-mention tayo about capacitating HEIs from the provinces to help the LGUs. Na-mention ng next round of project, funding, ganyan, and other agencies to be involved. Not just the DOST, but to include other agencies kasi multi-sectoral talaga siya. And of course, umangat na yung ibang concerns about, nagre-request na din ng DSUD for study. And what else? I think yun yung nag-stem up from the question of Ma'am Nikki from FAO. Meron po ba tayong further question from the floor? Yes, sir. Ay, si ma'am muna po on the mic. And then next po si sir from table 9. Yes, ma'am.
I'm JD Agapito, Pinoy scientist ng Radyo Agila and Kwentong Likas Yaman. My question po is from the point of view of community people. What do you expect of their contribution, or how will you encourage them to participate in this Ridge-to-Reef approach? Because many of the programs that tend to be successful are really with the maximized participation of the citizen. Citizen of the ordinary, not ordinary, but the community people themselves, not the sectoral, another sector of the society.
Thank you, ma'am. Who would you like to answer the question po? Lahat po ba sila? Anyone who would like to answer the question po?
Hello? I think binanggit ko nga ito doon sa pangatlo kong recommendation, no? Kasi you can only have a meaningful participation or engagement from all the stakeholders, and the civil society and the communities are part of the stakeholders in this regard, no? Kailangan talaga natin maayos natin yung proseso na yon. Kaya kailangan magiging active yung participation ng lahat ng stakeholders. And the communities are the stakeholders, no? Kaya nga sa level halimbawa ng CLUP o kaya paggawa ng mga CDP, ng mga plano, kailangan nandun yung mga involved yung communities. So yun ang isang mahalagang bahagi yun. And again, another mindset na kailangan natin baguhin, no? Yung pagpaplano ay kailangan, kaya in-emphasize ko yung ownership of the plan, eh. Hindi dapat ito ginagawa ng mga consultant. Hindi ito dapat ginagawa ng ng isang tao o dalawang tao lamang. Dapat merong malawak na participation. Ang pagpaplano ay kailangan malawak ang involvement ng lahat. Kaya, halimbawa, kung ang CLUP or CDP, yung CDP, kaya sinasabi ko kanina, ma-implement lamang ang plano kung may participation, no? From the start, from formulating the plan and in implementing the plan. So, mahalaga talaga yung proseso na merong participation. Hindi na ito, tapos na yung panahon ng paggagawa ng plano ay mga expert kuno ang magagawa. Kailangan natin, paggawa ng plano ay pagtulong-tulong ng tulong-tulong ng lahat ng mga stakeholders.
Thank you din, Ricky. Sir Rex po.
Yeah, doon sa dalawang, in our two pilot projects, pilot sites in Los Baños and La Union, we engage heavily the local stakeholders, local communities. We actually bring them to site and papamasaysihan mo yan, etc., etc. We want to engage as many as possible. Minsan nga, medyo namimilipit na kami dahil yung budget namin is not really a lot, But then, if you engage a lot of people, that means that the cost is going to be higher as well, But then, hindi namin pwedeng i-compromise yun, We need the participation. We need to hear what the local communities have to say in terms of, how their town, will look like in the next 10 years or so. So mahalaga yung inputs dito of the local communities. The CLUP and even the CDP must be these must be plans that reflect the aspirations and the preferences of not only the local government officials, but more so of the local constituents, yung mga constituents nila. So, yeah. Sa pilot namin, you can come pagka meron kami multi-stakeholder activities, ang dami niyang mga yan, and we really spend for them. Thank you.
Ipasimplehin kung ano ba ang CLUP sa common na tao. Yun po yung advocate namin advocacy namin na gusto namin na palakasin yung comms namin. Kasi yun yung nakikita namin na medyo hirapan din kami in terms of parang alien kapag ine-explain namin on the ground. So gusto namin pang palakasin yung comms namin as well as yung proseso kung saan may ensure na nakilahok talaga yung mga stakeholders. Kasi as of daw ang tinitingnan lang natin yung tinitingnan lang natin yung mga pirma na umattend doon sa public hearing, pero eventually titingnan namin kung totoo bang ginawa yun, totoo bang kinommunicate ito sa mga tao. Kasi kung hindi mo nga naman alam, ba't naman ako makikikalahok dyan kung isang normal na, kumbaga, common na tao. So kailangan ipalakasin pa namin yung pag-appreciate sa CLUP, para saan ba to, magagamit ko ba to sa buhay ko, magagamit ko ba to sa property ko. Yun sana makita yung value ng CLUP para tumalon tayo sa pakikilahok. Ayun po.
Thank you, Sir Ivan. Sir, from Table 9, yes po.
Magandang hapon po. Daryl Dacumus po from LGU San Gabriel, La Union. My question po is this, pero before ko po i-throw sana yung question, please allow me to share a short story lang po para po magkaroon ng sense yung question ko po. Sa isang klase ko po, they required us to do a desktop research and for interlocal cooperation. Yung napili ko po is yung Lake Mainit Development Authority. Ngayon po, natouch ko rin po sa history nun yung sinasabi niyo pong AID. Noong 1980s po, na-establish po yung National Council on Integrated Area Development. Pero comes 1986, bigla po siyang nabuwag. Alam niyo na po itong nangyari noong 1986, February 25, 1986, which is yun po siguro yung naging rason. Ngayon po, alam niyo na po siguro yung direction ng question ko. Kasi nga po, sa ating planning po ngayon is vision-driven po pa rin tayo, based po sa vision natin. At kung ano po yung vision natin sa isang lugar, yun po yung magiging basihan natin para sa gagawin nating plano. Ngayon po, since vision-driven po, kung ano po yung naisip natin or para sa atin maganda, and how can we compel po sana or paano natin masasabi na dapat Ridge-to-Reef approach yung gagawin natin or yung basihan natin. Kasi nga vision-driven, what if, paano po yung like sa amin, nasa upland area kami, what if we envision na maging first class and dapat sana para po magkaroon ng water sources, dapat protected area po sana kami. Parang example lang po ganun. And then, i-connect ko po dun sa isang nangyari sa Lake Development Authority. Nagkaroon po ng interlocal cooperation. Successful naman po yun. Kaya lang, in the long term, bigla pong nabuwag. Naging successful po yung Palawan sa Laguna Lake kasi nga po merong law o naging development authority sila. Kasi nga po, pag nag-change ang leadership, like yung nangyari sa 86, mabubuwag or ma-change na naman po yung vision. Ano po kayang magandang strategy para po ma-address yun? And second ko, isingit ko na rin po. Kasi po doon po sa NTA po natin, sa National tax allotment po natin, ang basis po natin sa pagbibigay ng fund sa LGUs is yung population, land area, and yung share. So kung magiging ganun po yung, parang magiging very challenging po sa isang LGU na parang malilimit sila. Kasi nga, yun yung magiging role nila in the watershed. Parang nakikita ka lang po na challenge yun. Comment po for anybody po. Thank you.
Anyone po who would like to feedback from LGU? San Gabriel?
Ako muna, gusto ko maging madaldal ngayon. Maganda yung punto mo na yung vision ng ating gusto mangyari, no? Kaya ito rin siguro ang aking ipapanukala, Sir Rick, sa sa ginagawa natin itong pagmo-model ng Ridge-to-Reef na ito. Kaya ko nabanggit din sa aking recommendation kanina na doable at mga guidelines on how to do it. Kasi I think nagkaintindihan na tayo na kailangan tayo mag-Ridge-to-Reef. Pero I think the challenge now is for the local planners na maintindihan nila kung paano gagawin. And I would like to emphasize yung purpose natin na bago tayo gumawa ng vision, kailangan maintindihan muna natin yung sitwasyon. Kaya kailangan natin ang mga paraan, mga methodologies, kung paano tayo mag-analyze ng ating situation. And isa sa mga paraan o isa sa mga kailangan maintindihan natin, paano ba nag-interact si upland at saka si lowland? Paano ba nag-interact ang mga LGUs, ang mga communities? Paano ba sila gumagamit ng resources? Kailangan sa tumi ang aking hinahanap ng mga guidelines ay magkaroon tayo ng paraan kung paano natin maintindihan itong mga interaction na ito. Base sa analysis na ito, tsaka tayo makakagawa ng anong magandang gawin natin. Ano ba ang ating pwedeng vision? Kaya pinakita ko nga kanina, bago ka gumawa ng vision, ano yan cyclical yung vision and the situation and analysis, no? Bago ka makagawa ng vision, kailangan maintindihan mo ng situation. Pero pag nakagawa ka ng situation, ng vision, kailangan i-validate mo rin kung yun ba talaga ang reality, no? So, sa akin, hinahanap ko palagi yung hinahanap ko talaga yung methodologies kung paano mag-analisa. Kung paano mag-analisa natin, maintindihan natin. Hindi lang, ito dapat ang data natin, ito maintindihan natin. Pag naggawa halimbawa ng profiling, kailangan maintindihan na natin ano ba ang kalakasan nitong lugar na ito, ano ba ang strength nila, ano ba ang situation talaga. Hindi lamang yung meron tayong data, no? Hindi lang yung meron tayong gaano kahaba yung ilog natin, pero hindi natin nasabi ano bang implication ng sitwasyon na yon. So kailangan, doon ako naghahanap ng mga guidelines na kung paano siya maging analytical, maging critical, maging mapag-analisa ang ating mga stakeholders. Yun ang aking hinahanap ng methodologies at sana ang ating mga planners, yung ating mga MPDCs ay magkakaroon din ng knowledge o kaparaanan o skill paano mapag-ipon itong lahat na ito, makuha lahat yung mga suggestion ng lahat. So, para pag nag-analyze. Yun ang aking hinahanap and I would like to thank you for reminding us na kailangan doon tayo mag-focus. Hindi lamang tayo i-adapt na natin, restrict tayo. Yun ang nga sinasabi ko. May nakita akong provincial plan. Sabi, Ridge-to-Reef daw sila, pero hindi ko nakita. Wala nga silang watershed map paano na masabing na Ridge-to-Reef sila? Wala nga silang watershed map. So, it's just not enough saying na Ridge-to-Reef na tayo. Kailangan ma-improve natin yung capacity natin how to analyze on a Ridge-to-Reef manner.
Thank you, Sir Ricky. Sir Rex, meron ka pong
Thank you, Admin Ricky, for the comprehensive description of what it takes to effectively implement a Ridge-to-Reef approach. Yung gusto ko lang sagutin yung isang tanong kanina ni Daryl on how do you address a situation where you have two LGUs halimbawa sharing the same watershed, They are in the uplands and then San Juan is in the lowland, and ang sinasabi niya kanina, we may have different visions, In other words, different vision for their municipality, not necessarily for Baroro watershed, but for their own, socio-economic development vision. And ang San Juan can have their own, kayo kasi upland, sila lowland, so more on tourism sila, and kayo is more on agro-industrial, Now, the question is, how do you now harmonize yourself, with San Juan? I think that's what we're trying to do dun sa inyo, We're trying to make sure that yung plano nila, yung vision nila, is harmonized with your vision, And there will come a time dito sa ginagawa natin that we will have to negotiate with one another. Magne-negotiate kayo with each other, in terms of how much of the vision for your particular town, can be achieved without compromising yung vision naman ng San Juan and vice versa. So may negotiation There is a negotiation. Yan ang essential sa Ridge-to-Reef approach, involving several LGUs, May negotiations yan. And yun yung part na yan na gagawin pa natin.
Yes, thank you po, Doc. Kasi nga po, kaya ko po nasabi yun kasi lahat po ng interlocal cooperations na nakikita natin, sa Palawan nga po, naging successful sila, or Laguna Lake, kasi nga po naging development authority sila. Kasi nga po, kapag pag nag-change po yung leadership, most likely po palagi, ganun yung nagiging challenge, maiiba ulit. So, we have to do it again. Parang ganun po.
Kinakailangan yung babalik ako doon sa mindset transformation, halimbawa, balikan natin yung Palawan, The reason why Palawan, we're able to set in place yung legal basis, to make it more or less permanent, it's because the leaders at that time sa Palawan were convinced, and I'm very sure kasama doon si Dean Ricky, in making that decision, they saw how important it is to use the Ridge-to-Reef framework, for the development planning ng Palawan Island, But pag wala yon, and then walang conviction behind, the legal basis, madaling alisin yan madaling mawala yan come next executive, pag mindset niya is hindi katulad ng mindset of before, then that can easily crumble, kaya ang isang challenge is how do you make that sustainable, how do you make that sustainable so that there will be people who will continue to be champion of what has been started by the previous administration. That's a challenge, but I think it can be done.
Sir, dagdagan ko lang din yung sinabi ni Sir Ricky dun sa analyzing the situation. Kasi sa pagpaplano, habang ina-analyze mo rin yung situation, kinakalaot mo rin yung higher level plans. Katulad nga yung ano ba yung plano sa atin sa provincial level? Ano bang tingin ng probinsya sa role ng ating munisipyo sa kabuuan? Tapos role natin sa region. Doon tayo gagawa ng development trust natin. Doon natin i-align, i-memory yung development trust na nakikita ng region at saka probinsya doon sa ating current situation. So doon natin as well as ang arena at forum para itahi itong mga ito o yung conflict or kailangang ma-harmonize sa usapin ng PILOC at saka ARLOC. Dapat doon nag-uusap-usap yung mga LGUs para may complementation sila. Kasi doon naman sa level na yun yung yung approval to ensure na walang conflict.
Yes, siguro maganda nga paalala mo, I just would like to remind everyone na magkaiba ang CLUP at CDP, di ba? At isa sa paraan kaya nga ginawa ang CLUP is just a control. It's a development control, Kaya siya ma-implement dapat kasi ginagawa siyang ordinansa. Ganon din yung sinasabi ko sa Palawan. Kaya naging batas siya Kaya actually meron na tayong mga mechanism. Sa CLUP process, nandyan na yung mekanismo. Pag ginawa mo na yung ordinansa yan, kailangan sumunod lahat. Pag hindi mo yung sinunod, ay hindi ka po pwede. Di ba? Pag nagpagtayo ka ng isang building, ay nakalagay sa ordinansa na hindi ka pwede magpatayo dyan ng building na yan, hindi ka pwede dapat bigyan ng building permit. Di ba? So yun yung magiging implementable talaga ang isang CLUP. Pero ibang usapan naman yung sa CDP, Ang CDP is your investment na to implement the vision of the CLUP. Ngayon, the challenge siguro for the provincial planning is di ba sinabi na ni Mr. Ivan kanina na ihiwalay nila yung physical framework part at yung development part. Kasi kung tutuusin, dapat nga silang magkahiwalay kasi yung physical framework, hindi mo naman parang, siguro ang ano ko dito, gagawin nyo bang ordinansa para masunod ng lahat. No? Yun yung, kung siya ay isang plano lang na wala kang disincentive, wala kang penalty, kung hindi sinunod, ay hindi yun mangyayari. No? Yun yung palagi kong biro sa mga klase namin sa planning. Sabi ko, ang plano, pagka hindi ini-implement, ay nagiging eroplano. Kasi pinapalipad mo na lang yung papel. Hindi mo yun nagiging eroplano. So, walang yun. Siguro this is challenge now for the preparing the guidelines, no? In terms of the provincial part. Kasi sa CLUP, nakalagay na yan magiging ordinansa yan. Pag naging ordinansa yan, kahit na mag-change ka ng gobyerno, change ng mayor, ordinansa yan. Kailangan baguhin mo yung ordinansa kung gusto mong magbago. No? Pero yung sa provincial part, no, kailangan i-define sa guidelines kung paano ang provincial physical framework, yan ba ay gagawing ordinansa o kung paano ba yan gagawin para sumunod lahat. Yan ang isang, para maging institutionalized. Kailangan nating i-regularize natin yung ating mga ginagawa. Padagdagan ko na lang. Yung participation, no? Nandyan yung Regional Development Council, nandyan yung Provincial Development Council, nandyan yung Municipal Development Council. Kailan sila nag-meet? Isang beses lang sa isang taon. O paano sila mag-coordinate? Paano sila makapag-develop ng magandang mga plano kung hindi naman wala namang participation lahat, no? So, kailangan nating palakasin din yung mga yon, no? Kailangan nating bigyan natin sila ng kalakasan, ma-empower din natin sila para makatulong sila sa paggagawa.
Alright. Thank you din, Ricky. Parang kailangan pa ng another forum para masagot ang mga tanong. Thank you po sa question. I think we have, last 2 questions na lang po. So, kung medyo excited na kayo ay i-put forth nyo na. We have one from online. From ACR po ito, multi-stakeholder engagement on an issue as complex and multifaceted as R2R or WEM can be very challenging, particularly in communicating and coordinating with stakeholders. What have been the major communication challenges so far encountered by the team, and what are the strategies that the team is implementing to respond to or address this? Bukod po, I think yung mga na-mention kanina was yung different LGUs at ang kanilang mga own visions, different sector. Meron po bang, actually yung mindset, rooted to the behavior change. So, social challenges talaga yan. Nabanggit din ni Sir from the SUD yung communicating their own, yung simplifying, popularizing the plans for the the citizens of the community na mas ma-appreciate nila yung CLUP and CDP. Meron po bang specific communication challenges or major communication challenge na encounter ng team during the explaining part, perhaps, or you making the local leaders understand, or bringing in different groups, and any major challenge po ba na nabanggit on na-touch on communication? Sir Rex. May we have, I think, 2 answers lang po dito kasi na po tayo.
Doon sa specific naman sa project yung tanong kasi, no? In the project, what we do is to have different communication strategy for different groups, no? Andito yung ating andito yung aming communication expert, si Dr. Pam Custodio, no? Pam, you may want to add to what I'm going to say, no? Iba-ibang communication strategy. Meron kaming through radio, merong through yung mga seminars, no? Merong training, no? So it really depends on who we're trying to communicate to, but there are diverse way of doing it. Merong website, merong Facebook, merong mahilig sa Facebook, etc. So we are using diverse strategies, to communicate to different groups of stakeholders. So that is challenging in itself, because you'll have to really innovate, no, in terms of communicating well to these different groups, no. Iba-iba ang kanilang iba-iba ang level of understanding, no, yung baseline nila. So you'll have to be very creative as well in communicating with them. I think yun lang yung yung masasabi ko, unless Pam meron kang gustong idagdag. Yeah.
Ma'am Pam, or i-email mo na lang ba yung ating nag-question? Although I think nabanggit ni Sir kanina yung a major challenge, negotiation of the different goals ng mga LGU. It's one of the major challenge talaga. Yes, sir. Din Ricky.
Yeah, siguro, this is really true, not just for R2R, no? In any planning exercise, ang mahalaga dito, maintindihan ng mga stakeholders ng lahat kung gaano ito nakaka-apekto sa kanila, nakaka-benefit sa kanila, o paano sila maging victim ng isang plano. So, kailangan nating i-explain yun sa kanila, kailangan maayos ang pag-explain sa kanila. Will they benefit from this? Bakit pa sila sasali dyan kung wala naman sa kanila? No? Or baka naman sila ay magiging disadvantaged because of that plan. No? So, kailangan yun ang, usually, yung mga umaayaw sa plano ay yung mga nadi-disadvantage. Di ba? Magawa ka ng kalsadang yan. Kung yung yan lang natira mong lupa, yun na lang yung dadaanan ng kalsada, mawalan ka na ng lupa, bakit ba hindi ka magrereklamo? O di kailangan mo magreklamo ka kasi maapektuhan ka . So kailangan maintindihan ng mga stakeholders how does it benefit them or how does it affect them. Kasi magkakaroon ka ng maayos na participation kung maintindi nila, ito ba ikakabubuti ko o hindi. Yun lang.
Thank you po, Sir Rex and Dean Ricky, for providing insights on that. I think we have time for one last question from the floor. Anyone na hindi pa po frozen ang ating mga... All right, sige. So I think we had a very... Ma'am Lynn, yes po. Sige, ma'am. We have 5 minutes po for our last question. Our first and last participant to ask.
This forum will have policy recommendations. So, to where will these policy recommendations go to? To the LGUs ba? Or the national government? Or will this result in a law? Yun po. Thank you very much.
Okay, magandang last question, Ma'am Lynn. Anyone from our panel would like to give the answer to that? And we have, siguro anyone, each member po can give, pero we have limited time, so I might be able to, I might cut you off at some point po.
It depends. It depends on what kind of recommendations we will get, but yeah, it will be directed to someone or to an agency, depending on the recommendations. So, yeah, rest assured, that recommendation will go to the concerned agency or concerned local government units, as the case may be.
Anyone po from the group? I think si Sir Rex na talaga ang best makasagot noon dahil ito is a project. But policy-wise, they're crafting based from the results of the study, and it will be given whether sa national or from the local LGU that we have, but definitely a policy will be crafted from this. Yes, Dean Ricky, last words.
Siguro ito suggestion ko lang, kasi nga may policy forum tayo. Kanino ba natin to i-address? And I would like to address this to DSUD, to NEDA, to DILG, and other agencies. The national agencies shall work together para magkaroon tayo ng maayos na pag-apply ng Ridge-to-Reef. Kasi sila yung gagawa ng guideline . Sila yung magsasabi, ito yung dapat gawin nyo, mga LGU, ito yung mga paano kayo gumawa ng plano. Yun na nga yung suggestion ko doon sa ARLOC. I'm a member of the ARLOC ng 4A. Yung sinasuggest ko doon sa ARLOC na mag-usap nga kayo, NEDA, DILG, DSUD, paano ba gagawin talaga ang Ridge-to-Reef? Kasi sinasabi ng provincial planning, yung kay na PDPAP, Ridge-to-Reef na kami. Pagtingin ko, wala nga kayong watershed. Pero di ko sila mabiblame kasi wala naman tayong maayos na guideline. Paano natin sila mas pahanapan ng Ridge-to-Reef? Wala pa namang guideline talaga sa PDPAP kung paano ang Ridge-to-Reef.
Okay, so may policy recommendation na si Sir Ricky directed to specific agencies. All right, so I think let's give a warm hand of applause, stretch po natin sa ating mga resource persons and those who gave very interesting questions that really provoked a lot of discussions. So that's all the time we have po for the Q&A portion. But if you have further questions, baka later nyo pa ma-process discussions, we encourage you to continue the conversation by sending us an email at wloop.uplb@gmail.com. Rest assured po na we will relay it to your inquiries to the speakers and we will provide responses as promptly as possible. So again, thank you for our speakers. You may now go back to your seats po. Ayan, palakpakan po uli natin sila at yung mga nagtanong from both online and dito po sa floor. Napakaganda ng mga questions. Pang another policy forum po, pang another national forum. Okay pa po ba kayo? Baka kailangan nyo mag-stretch ng kaunti. Nakikita ko kayong pa-shrink na ng pa-shrink, everyone. Lalo na po sa table 4. Ayan. Okay, so before we proceed to the next segment of our event, we will be taking a short break. We have invited a student from the UPLB College of Forestry and Natural Resources to serenade us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on stage Miss Isabel Natalia de la Paz.
Kung ika'y magiging akin, di ka na muling luluha pa. Pangakong di ka lolokohin ng puso kong nagmamahal. Kung ako'y papalarin na ako iyong mahal na rin. Pangakong ikaw lang ang ibigin magpakailanman. Di kita pipilitin, sundin mo pa ang iyong damdamin. Hayaan na lang tumibok ang puso mo para sa akin. Kung ako ay mamalasin at meron ka ng ibang mahal, ngunit patuloy ang aking pag-ibig magpakailanman. Di kita pipilitin, sundin mo pa ang iyong damdamin. Hayaan na lang tumibok ang puso mo para sa akin.
Happy anniversary po sa DOST-PCAARRD. Palakpakan po natin sila.
Kung ika'y magiging akin, di ka na muling luluha pa. Pangakong ikaw lang ang iibigin magpakailanman. Di kita pipilitin, sundin mo pa ang iyong damdamin. Hayaan na lang tumibok ang puso mo para sa akin. Di kita pipilitin, sundin mo pa ang Some people live for the fortune. Some people live just for the fame. Some people live for the power, yeah. Some people live just to play the game. Some people think that the physical things define what's within. I've been there before, but the life's all so full of the superficial. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Yeah. Some people search for a fountain, promises forever young. Some people need 3 dozen roses, and that's the only way to prove you love them. Hand me the world on a silver platter, and what would it be with no one to share, with no one who truly cares for me? Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, you, you. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Yeah. If I ain't got you with me, baby, see nothing in this whole wide world will mean a thing. If I ain't got you with me, baby. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Miss Belle de la Paz. Again, let's give her a warm round of applause. We will now proceed to the synthesis and policy recommendations. So once again, please give a warm round of applause for Dr. Cruz.
Okay, I'll be very quick, no? I know everybody's tired already and my voice is already cracked. But, baka pa lang. Gano'n. Okay. So, basahin ko na lang to. No? Adapting an R2R approach into development planning enhances our knowledge and understanding of our watersheds, interconnected ecosystems and trade-offs involved, and enables the development of synchronized strategies across local government units within the watershed. With the Ridge-to-Reef approach, significant progress can be made towards attaining the SDGs, the PDPs, and Pagtanaw 2050's overall societal goals. Adaptation of R2R plans on regional, provincial, and municipal level in order to integrate these several land use and development plans is needed. Now, what are the challenges in adopting Ridge-to-Reef approach? The need to take into consideration multiple sectors, boundaries of LGUs not coinciding with the boundaries of watersheds, municipal governments that may have limited fiscal and financial capabilities to do the very technical studies in Ridge-to-Reef approach. But we said that perhaps the provincial government, may have the capability to do these studies. And then there's a need for coordination and communication among LGUs and I think among other key stakeholders. And then we also talked about the inadequacy of available data sets that are needed for preparing the PDPFPs, and then the need for capacity building for LGUs was also raised as a concern, and there is a need to communicate what CLUP and its importance is, what its importance is to the people, no? So yun yung mga challenges na nabanggit natin, in adopting the Ridge-to-Reef approach, both for using it sa PDPFP and also for CLUP. Next slide, please. So yung recommendations natin is, one, institutionalize the use of Ridge-to-Reef-based PDPFP, CLUP, and CDP. New guidelines are being drafted. Alam na natin yan. It was said, it was mentioned by Ivan in his presentation, in order to harmonize the timeline and improve the vertical and horizontal integration between land use and development plans across LGUs. And then we need to institutionalize harmony and consistency of CLUP with PDPFP as basis for approval. Meron na naman itong provision sa existing mga issuances ng DILG, ng DILG, no? And but there is a need, to make sure that these guidelines are updated. And then synchronization of calendar of LGUs, updating of budget in order to harmonize local planning, investment programming, and so on. And then strengthening barangay development planning and city and municipality barangay interface through dialogues. And then mindset transformation, was mentioned in our discussion. The need to make key stakeholders have that sense of the need to collaborate and to complement, especially between the non-government agencies, national government agencies, and local government units, not non-government, national government agencies and local government units. And then the need to actively engage ang mga stakeholders, including local communities, especially in developing the plans. And then the use of systems approach, need to continue to be communicated, and for the key stakeholders to understand clearly what that means, in terms, in operational terms. Meron pa? And then we need to develop the technical expertise of LGUs, develop SUCs into hubs of technical service providers, and then we have to ensure that there is available zoning for all watersheds, and that the RBCO and their master plans for the 18 major river basins, have actually done this zoning that can readily be used already by LGUs that are located in those major river basins. And then strengthening political and higher level LGU oversight of its component LGUs. And I think this pertains to the alignment of the alignment of PDPFPs and the development plans of the component cities, of its component cities and municipalities. Next slide. That's about it, no? So yun yung mga, I'm very sure that we have not captured, all the other important points that were raised, but we'll return to our recordings and to the notes of all those others who are taking notes. I myself have taken a lot of notes, so I have not given it to them. So, but rest assured that all of this will be captured in in our policy recommendations. Add to the policy recommendations that we will do. Policy briefs will also be prepared. As an output of this policy workshop. So, yun lang yung ating napag-usapan ngayon. These are but the synthesis and summary of our discussions. And at this point, before I turn over the microphone, I'd like to express once again my appreciation and gratitude to all of you who came and participated in this National Policy Forum. Rest assured that our task does not end here. There are still way forward for us so that the full benefits from this national forum, the National Policy Forum, can be realized. So, yun lang, and magandang hapon sa inyo. I wish you all a safe travel back to your homes, especially to our friends sa San Gabriel, La Union, and the La Union provincial officials who are here with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Cruz. We still have closing remarks. No, parang nag-close na si Sir. Thank you, Sir Cruz. So now it's time to recognize and honor our resource persons. We would like to request Dr. Reynaldo Ebora, Dean Marlo Mendoza, and Dean Marlo Mendoza to come up on stage to present the certificates of appreciation. So may we request them here in front? Let me read the citation of the certificate po, and then I will call the resource speaker natin for later. The University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development of the DOST presents this certificate of appreciation to our speakers for sharing their invaluable insights, experiences, and expertise as resource speaker during the Science, Technology, and Innovation to Safeguard Land, Water, and Biodiversity, a national policy forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach to sustainable land use and development planning in commemoration of DOST-PCAARRD's 12th anniversary, given this 26th of June 2023 at PICC, Pasay City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Signed by Dean Marlo D. Mendoza and Dr. Reynaldo V. Ebora. May we call on Dean Ricky Sandalo. And then we'll have a brief photo op po. Thank you po. To be followed by Director Nelson V. Gorospe. Okay, thank you po, Director Gorospe. Then Mr. Mick Ivan V. Sumila. And last but not the least, of course, Dr. Rex Victor Cruz. May we request all the guest speakers po up front for a group photo. Okay, thank you po. Again, let's give a warm round of applause for our resource persons and Dean Marlo Mendoza and Dr. Reynaldo Ebora. Before we end our program, let us hear the closing messages from UPLB and PCARRD. May we call first Dean Marlo D. Mendoza of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources of UPLB.
So again, good afternoon. We have finally reached the end of our policy forum. And we would like to thank everyone for your presence and active participation. So we want to give special thanks to our guests. Of course, Dr. Renato U. Solidum, Jr., Secretary of the DOST, Dr. Leia J. Buendia, the Undersecretary for Research and Development, and Dr. Reynaldo Ebora, the Executive Director of the PCARRD, all from the DOST. To our speakers for their insightful lectures, Dr. Ricardo M. Sandalo, the Dean of the College of Human Ecology of UPLB, Executive Director Nelson V. Gorospe of the River Basin Control Office of the DNR, Mr. Ivan Sumilang, the Division Chief of the Environmental and Land Use Policies Division of DSUD, and of course, Dr. Rex Victor O. Cruz, UPLB Professor Emeritus and NAST Academician, and Director Annalisa Bonagua of the Bureau of Local Government Development, DILG. And our attendees, Vice Mayor Ramolito Ginoma of San Gabriel, La Union, representatives from several national government agencies, NGOs, international organizations, academe, local and provincial planners, as well as our Zoom and live stream audience. To reiterate what was discussed by resource persons, the Ridge-to-Reef Watershed Ecosystem Management seeks to achieve the sustainability and resilience of interconnected ecosystems within the Ridge-to-Reef landscape through the integrated management of forest, land, water, and coastal resources. It entails the need for comprehensive and integrated planning, as well as budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation for the use of land and other watershed resources and of the coastal areas. I was able to listen during the open forum. I was here, and I think this was already emphasized by the speaker from DSUD, no? Very important after monitoring and evaluation, I really think, is ensuring accountability or answerability of all those involved and concerned in implementing the watershed or river basin master plans. And a lot of the questions, I think, no, about what's next. How come we've been doing this for a long time already and yet we seem to be getting nowhere? I believe by putting in more accountability into the system, we can our watershed management plans and implementation will be taken more seriously. And I think also based on the discussion, we have to prepare a lot of plans. It's worthwhile rethinking, probably repackaging our plans. We have many, many plans. Probably we have to consider integrating them and come up with a new plan, rename it. For example, the CLUP. It's inevitable for the CLUP in developing the CLUP to also include what's happening in the uplands. The FLUP and the CLUP should be integrated, especially because of climate change. And a lot of things happening in the lowland are influenced by our uplands. By having a disaggregating plan, can actually be very dangerous. So that's one way I think that we have to rethink, integrating the different plans and come up with a bigger, more integrated, interrelated plans. And there was also a question a while ago, that how can LGUs actually cope up with the needs, with the challenges, with the need for more data, with the need for more science-based planning. I also think that we can transition this. National government agencies should play a more important role. Like NAMRIA, they have a portal. I don't know if you've seen the portal of NAMRIA. That can be strengthened, where a lot of the data being gathered by the different NGAs can all be placed in a portal, and that can be downloadable and made accessible by the different LGUs, rather than every LGU always requiring separate technical assistance for them to be able their plans. So I think the framework is there, and a lot of the data is already there, being collected by different national government agencies. So we just have to populate that portal and have probably more, disaggregated data and higher resolution. Just like what the MGB is doing. MGB has already produced the geohazard. So we can have a hydrological data, climate change data in a more disaggregated level done by national government agencies and made accessible to LGUs. I remember when I was with the DNR, we were talking about the One Nation, One Map, where every few years we have the government through the DBM will be producing the same satellite image, and upgraded. Because we found out during that time, different government agencies were procuring the same image from the same vendor. Doesn't make sense. So we have to have a centralized procurement for this, but we just have to decide what kind of satellite images we have to procure. And I think that will be one response to needing more capacity, needing more resources. And then as the LGUs actually gain more experience, gain more competency, then they can do more on their own. So the celebration of DOST-PCAARRD's 12th anniversary is a testament to their dedication to attaining self-sufficiency and global competitiveness for the Philippine agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector. Likewise, the support of the DOST-PCAARRD for this national forum highlights the indispensable contribution of science and technology to achieving sustainable development goals. For this endeavor, the support of everyone within the watershed and landscape is vital, and there is a need for all sectors to take concrete and concerted action. Your signatures in the Forum Declaration are just a small step, but a crucial one into realizing our advocacy, because what we are advocating is not just a methodology, but essentially the development of our uplands for environmental protection, socioeconomic development, and climate resiliency of our country. We hope this will continue our path toward resilient watersheds, ecosystems, and people. So, thank you again very much, everyone. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, ayan. Thank you, Dean Marlo. Hello. But before we proceed, I would like to inform everyone that we are circulating. Hello, ayan. Would like to inform everyone that we are circulating the declaration form for your signature to show your support for the initiatives that we have shown here. And then finally, let us hear from the Executive Director of DOST-PCAARRD, Dr. Melvin B. Carlos.
Ito hindi naman dapat siya. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. With us at the PICC, on Zoom and Facebook Live. I'm very pleased to be able to provide PCARRD's final remarks for this National Policy Forum. As we commemorate the Council's 12th anniversary, we also celebrate the merging of PCARRD and PCAMRD that paved the way to a more integrated and holistic platform for research and development in the ANR sector, taking into account the extensive Ridge-to-Reef implications. Throughout the years, DOST-PCAARRD has marked significant milestones in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector because of the sustained efforts and unwavering commitment of our researchers, scientists, and partner public and private institutions. Beyond strategic R&D, the Council's strong partnerships and collaborations intensify efforts in bringing science, technology, and innovations to its intended beneficiaries. Its technology transfer and policy advocacy programs ensure that research and innovation outputs enhance the productivity, profitability, and sustainability of the livelihoods of farmers, fisherfolks, and agri-aqua entrepreneurs. PCARRD also recognizes the significance of human resource development and capacity building as fundamental pillars in advancing science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. In addition, PCARRD provides institutional development support to research and development institutions and state universities and colleges around the country to upgrade research laboratories and facilities so they can carry out STI projects more effectively and enhance the provision of innovative products and services. As we mark our 12th year anniversary today, the Council is proud to have received several recognitions. The Gandingan Awards 2023 recently honored DOST-PCAARRD's Sari Buhay and Lakbay Galing online series. Sari Buhay's episode highlighting the DNA barcoding of marine fishes in Luzon and Mindanao received the prestigious title of Most Development-Oriented Science and Technology Program. Meanwhile, Lakbay Galing's episode showcasing Bulacan women's chemical pesticide-free integrated backyard farming was recognized as the most development-oriented women's program. Additionally, the Lakbay Galing series was awarded the esteemed Gandingan ng Kabuhayan, which acknowledges its commendable efforts in promoting livelihood opportunities through science and technology interventions. Just last week, the Service Commission featured DOST-PCAARRD for its exemplary performance in its segment Public Service Values. In addition, the Council will be showcased by the Civil Service Institute as an excellent organization in its upcoming Kwentong Lingkod Bayani platform, which features this particular platform of the Civil Service Institute features government organizations demonstrating the public service values of patriotism, integrity, excellence, and spirituality. So for this, we would like to acknowledge all PCARRD staff for a job excellently done. So going back to our 12th anniversary National Policy Forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach, despite our knowledge of the problems and possible solutions, we recognize that the challenges we face to get things done are very complex. Amidst this, we have discussed a lot, agreed on a shared vision, and committed to follow-up actions to strengthen intersectoral, interagency partnerships, adopting a holistic approach to ensure a sustainable future. Moving forward, let's carry the spirit of collaboration and innovation beyond these walls, translating the knowledge and insights gained here into tangible convergence actions in our respective geographic areas. DOST-PCAARRD is grateful for its very long and very strong partnership with UPLB and commits to partnering further with LGUs, NGAs, academe, CSOs, and private sector to operationalize sustainable land use and development planning through the Ridge-to-Reef or Watershed Ecosystem Management approach. Before we officially end, I'd like to thank the speakers, face-to-face and online participants, and of course the UPLB PCARRD organizing team for making this event a success. Let's remember that the work we do today is not only for ourselves, but also for the next generations to come. Together, let's continue to persevere to create a legacy in safeguarding our ecosystem in our future. Again, thank you, and may we continue to forge ahead in our collective journey toward a more sustainable and resilient future. I'd like to, since we're already close, I'd like to request the PCARRD officials and staff to please join me in a photo opportunity. Kung pwede lang. 12th anniversary natin. Directors, please. Ito na ang pinakamalaki nating group eh. Dati buong PCARRD nandito eh. Baka magka-alisan na. Seize the moment.
Worried sila na nawawala ka.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed guest speakers, participants, both here and online, and organizers for making this event a success. But before we conclude, we would like to request everyone to take a few minutes to share your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions by answering our feedback forms. You will find the QR code displayed on the screen and the program, or a direct link that you can use to access the survey. Please accomplish them before leaving the hall. Important announcement po, certificates of participation and appearance will be given to you once you've accomplished your feedback form. Once again, this is Thea Araneta saying thank you and enjoy as we look back on what transpired in today's event, the 12th DOST-PCAARRD anniversary. Happy anniversary, DOST-PCAARRD! My pleasure and honor to lay the course of the Science, Technology, and Innovation to Safeguard Land, Water, and Biodiversity, a national policy forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach to land use and development planning.
Notably, the Council has provided support for various projects and programs related to the management and protection of watersheds, biodiversity, corals, and efforts to mitigate climate change risks.
See, I'm the king, 'cause I got that crown. Oh, you could try your best to step in my ring. Oh, but I'll just knock it dead like it wasn't a thing. I'm gonna push it harder.
As we celebrate our 12th anniversary, DOST-PCAARRD is delighted to organize and conduct its first national forum on the Ridge-to-Reef approach.
Prove it to 'em I'm a fighter. I can't help but win. I was made for this.
DOST-PCAARRD's history, beyond the change in acronyms, exhibits its ever-evolving and dynamic role in the Philippine agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector.
I was made for this. I can't help but win, yeah. Just try and stop me. I'm gonna push it harder. Gonna climb up higher. It's like I just came.
Throughout the years, the Department of Science and Technology has been committed to leveraging science, technology, and innovation, STI, for higher productivity and better quality of life. As part of the commitment, we have consistently strived to ensure that our STI initiatives contribute to the sustainable management of our land, water, and biodiversity.
Just came this. I was made for this. I show the world I'm stronger. Prove it to 'em I'm a fighter. I can't help but win. 'Cause I was made for this.